And you know me as someone who writes really long stories about the history of Bitcoin and Bitcoin development. So wanted to lead with a little bit of why I do that and why that is an interesting thing to me. I think the question of Bitcoin development is the really question of what is Bitcoin, right? What should it be? And how are we building a global money system for the whole world? And I'll introduce the panelists now who are going to talk a little bit about that. To my left, applied cryptographer Peter Todd, Mr. Eric Lombroso.
To your right,
and then finally, we've got Brian Bishop over here, and I will sit down and we will begin the panel. All right, guys. Obviously, we've got some people here who are new. They want to understand Bitcoin. Maybe you can talk a little bit about your personal journeys. When did you get involved in Bitcoin, and then did you get it right away? Was there a point where you found it and you understood Bitcoin?
I mean, you can trace back my involvement in Bitcoin all the way back to when I was 16 in high school. And, I was quite interested in freedom of speech, et cetera, and I realized pretty quickly that, there's these great tools coming down at the time for publishing data. But how do you build political movement without money? Even if you go down to like a Spice Union, like all those signs cost money. And I figured out pretty quickly we needed decentralized cryptocurrency to ensure that people could go move money around. And that kind of was my genesis. And funny enough, went out upon a mailing list with Adam Back and Hal Finney talking about stuff that didn't actually turn into Bitcoin because we didn't have a clue how to do it, but we tried.
Eric, maybe you can pick up there and talk a little bit about your journey. It sounds like Peter, he was born, he understood cryptocurrency, he was looking for it his whole life.
Yeah.
Is that your story as well?
No, not at all. I've got into Bitcoin more from a development standpoint, just to write open source software. It was the first open source project that I really participated in, and I was interested in getting back into software development after a couple of years hiatus from that. And I really wasn't looking at the monetary side at all. And I started to contribute, and I spent all these months just writing these really intricate, pull requests, basically trying to get all these features added into Bitcoin. And I just dedicated so much time and effort and made it so beautiful. And then I realized that basically none of it was ever going to make it into Bitcoin at all. So that's when I realized that changing Bitcoin is very, very hard. And it was really, really an eye-opener. I realized that from a technical perspective, I was more used to just being able to add new features to products in the past. And this was a case where really the key value proposition was something entirely different. And that's when I really started to look at the monetary side, and I got sucked into the rabbit hole, and then, the rest is history.
Brian, why don't you take that? Did you get Bitcoin? You understood it immediately, or did it take time?
Yeah, I found Bitcoin through the email that was originally sent announcing Bitcoin. And that was in January 2009.
Wow.
And I read it and I said, this is a piece of crap. And the reason I said that was because at the time when you clicked the link in the email, you went to a website where you could download Bitcoin, the software, not the currency. And it only ran on Microsoft Windows. And I was saying, well, you can't run a financial revolution that only targets Microsoft Windows. Well, one, I was incorrect. And two, they fixed that. So that was helpful. It wasn't until about 2013 that I really looked into things, and ultimately what got me hooked was the Bitcoin developers. I talked with them, I met them, and I saw what they were working on and what they were doing, who they were, and I realized these are my people. And that's actually what convinced me about Bitcoin.
Yeah, I've always felt better hearing those stories and hearing about sometimes how long it took and a bit of those struggles. But you guys also worked on some other projects, right? It wasn't like you found Bitcoin and I'm only going to work on Bitcoin. There were parts on your journey where I know some of you guys contributed to other cryptocurrency projects. What was it that really convinced you that it was Bitcoin and that was the thing that you wanted to work on? Peter?
Well, of course, in high school I was interested in the idea, but then once Bitcoin finally came around, I actually happened to be working as an analog electronics designer at a startup, and I was also trying to do a physics degree at the same time, so I was more than a little busy, but, my initial impression of Bitcoin, this was sort of very beginning as sort of the scaling wars, and I was kind of looking at things like the famous Bitcoin wiki pages by Mike Hearn making crazy claims about how, well, we could just run it all on supercomputers basically, and like you'd have a couple nodes run by very wealthy hobbyists. And I read this and initially kind of seemed like, oh yeah, maybe this could work. And then I kind of started thinking more and more, well, how do I attack this? Because Bitcoin's ultimately security software.
Did you try to attack Bitcoin?
Well, I went through I don't have the ability, I didn't have any mining, so I couldn't do an attack, but I could think through how would an attack look, and I quickly realized, we had to have a system where the nodes themselves could be decentralized, where everyone, could participate. And I think that's actually prior to Bitcoin kind of splitting off into other currencies. So I was already, at least in the cryptocurrency side, already kind of committed to Bitcoin at that point. And I was already arguing, well, Bitcoin should pursue the path it has pursued up till this day mostly.
Eric, maybe you could pick up that question. I know you tinkered around with other ideas, natural for technologists. What was it that convinced you that Bitcoin, of all the cryptocurrencies, was the thing that was most worth your time and the most worthwhile project out there?
So like I said, initially, I was really looking to expand, to extend Bitcoin by adding a whole bunch of new features, including a whole bunch of protocol changes that I thought would add a whole bunch of things from optimizations to being able to do things that you couldn't do before, to adding more smart contract capabilities, to all sorts of things. And so I did work on a few other projects. I was one of the earliest developers to work on Ethereum, for instance, because I was really excited about just trying out other stuff. Whether it worked or not, I didn't really care at the moment because I just wanted to experiment, and I kind of thought that something else might eventually overtake Bitcoin. I thought that Bitcoin was a prototype, and it was an interesting idea, but it could be done technically better. Also, the source code was not particularly the most elegantly written code. I thought that it could be written much better. It could be refactored completely and put into a much better form. All these things proved to be almost impossible to do the way that I thought. And I realized that there's a reason why Bitcoin needs to be difficult to change. As frustrating as it is for a technologist, that was actually one of its key features. And after working on Ethereum for a while, and Litecoin and Ripple and several other projects, it became quickly apparent to me after all that experience. I mean, it wasn't quick. It took me a while to figure this out. But once it came to me pretty quickly that none of these other things were going to ever be able to have the level of trust of the not only the network effect, but people kind of believing that the network had certain properties that you cannot replicate by just writing code. It was not just the code itself, it was also the way that the project started, the way the network was created, the economic incentives built into it, the distribution of the coins, a whole bunch of other factors that were critical. And only Bitcoin seemed to have all these factors in a way to be long-term sustainable.
And Brian, so was this similar for you, or did you just get that email from Satoshi and that was it for you?
No, as I mentioned, one of the biggest items for me was the developers, and I met them and got to know them and really liked what they were doing and how they were going about doing it. But the second part that convinced me to work on and use Bitcoin was the software. So, if you really sit down, paper money, if it didn't exist and there was like a new startup that came out on the block and said, hey, let's trade around green pieces of paper to represent value, everyone would call you completely crazy. And so, where I was mentally was like, all right, finance doesn't really make sense. Why is anyone doing this? And then I found Bitcoin and I was like, oh, this is software. This makes a lot of sense. This is exactly what we should be doing. Software is still eating the world, and Bitcoin is proving that.
Well, I think one of the other things that is fascinating too is that it wasn't that everyone immediately came to Bitcoin and had the same idea, right? I think as you were alluding to, Peter, there were people who were writing popular posts early on that are about things that now we've proven just that's inaccurate or not a way that we'd like to pursue development. So when was it clear to you guys that there were different opinions about what Bitcoin should be or how it should scale or how more people should use it? Could you tell a story that illustrates, what was that moment when you realized, hey, other people think different from me, and maybe we're going to fight about it?
Well, there was only two things. One is the white paper from Satoshi, and then there was the Bitcoin source code. And between the two, the white paper is easier to read for most people. But the reality of Bitcoin is defined by the software. And for a long time, a big issue was that as more and more people got interested in Bitcoin, their ideas of what Bitcoin was kind of got away from them. For a long time, there was a narrative that Bitcoin was completely anonymous. For a long time, there was a narrative that Bitcoin transactions were completely... There's a transaction fee. There's actually a transaction fee in the protocol, but because people can't read code in general, they didn't know that. And it's taken a long time for knowledge to be disseminated from developers so that people are aware of what is actually in Bitcoin.
Eric, what was your moment where you realized, hey, other people think differently than me about what Bitcoin is?
Well, in the very early days, there were just people brainstorming about everything, right? On the IRC chats and then in the mailing list, a lot of people just kind of thought up a lot of different ideas, and it's like, what if we try this? What if we try that? And sometimes the ideas were very interesting, but most of them proved to be pretty academic because in practice they would be either impossible to do or they just wouldn't work out, and they were just kind of interesting case studies at best. And so it just became clear that really there needs to be the process itself, the whole process for being able to modify Bitcoin was very, very difficult to for people to really. It was really difficult for most people to really grasp, even though it was very open. It was a very open process. A lot of people got really frustrated and turned off by the fact that it was just really, really difficult to make contributions, and a lot of animosity, I think, came from that because people were just really frustrated, and a lot of projects that forked off, or other things that other projects that were created by people trying to make changes to Bitcoin initially that got frustrated in their efforts. So it was pretty clear that different people had different ideas of what it was going to be, and I just stepped back. I said, you know what? This is not up to me to decide what Bitcoin is. It just is going to be whatever it is. It's like a living organism, and you either adapt to it or it'll consume you. So everything that I've done since is just trying to figure out what's going to work, like basically what Bitcoin naturally is predisposed to do, and kind of just go along with it and not try to stray too far from something that's just not, it's not going to work.
I mean, I think I take a different view on that, where my realization that this big block vision of what Bitcoin could be is nonsense. That was, to me, the moment when I also had the light bulb come and saying, hang on, this is obviously going to be political. And it's fundamentally political, even within itself, because you have this block size debate, which is inherent to the protocol.
Well, that was about really how to change Bitcoin and scale it, right? For more people.
Like that was the moment for me. Was like, all right, I want to get into this because this sounds really interesting. I kind of like interesting political fights, especially when they have a tech angle to them. And B, I realized, that would be the defining thing about Bitcoin. And I was completely right. I mean, that's, probably that realization was probably about a year prior, or maybe 6 months prior to then me getting publicly involved in the very early block size debates when Gavin wanted to remove the block size limit. And his argument was, well, that would just self-regulate. And I had an argument as to why it wouldn't. And, my argument was mathematically pretty simple. It was a bit off. There's slightly better bounds on that. But the important thing is I realized this cannot work. This will be inherently centralized. You go this way, or you can build it in layers and create a system that's decentralized. And, an interesting question here is how much of the audience has used the Lightning Wallet, right?
I don't know. We should ask them. How many in the audience have used the Lightning Wallet? Good amount.
Well, it's no surprise. That's the only way you can use Bitcoin at scale that we currently have. And that was the political fight. And I think that's the peak of my involvement with Bitcoin development directly, was that.
So you have these developers.
Peter, how were you so early with that video you made? Maybe you could describe, what inspired you to make such a polished video so early on? Was it 2012, 2013? Where did that come from?
Well, so you're thinking the block size video I had made? Well, that was like 2014. That was years after. But the big thing was I was at a startup, incredibly busy because I was trying to finish a degree while also working at a startup. So I didn't actually have much time to spend on Bitcoin. So if anything, I feel that my understanding of that scaling problem actually came a bit late compared to when I knew about Bitcoin. I found out about Bitcoin from the white paper back in 2009, but I just didn't pay any attention to it because I was too busy.
So you got these developers, you got these businesses. We're all running this software. We all have these big ideas about Bitcoin, how to change it. I guess, Peter, sticking with you, is there a story that illustrates to you really just how complex that process was, and it really maybe even just how bad it got to be involved in trying to do something to make Bitcoin better?
I mean, what I expected and how it turned out was actually quite different. And funny enough, I thought the big block side of things, I was expecting them to be much more competent than they were. Like, frankly, I was expecting them to be competent adversaries who understood how the tech works very well and could come up with proposals that at least kind of made technological sense and so on. But that's not how it happened at all. Rather, it was like we were up against a ragtag team of big companies who wanted to, push changes to make their bad business plans work. Mm-hmm. And most of what really happened in terms of our side was more reacting by just pointing out how flawed all this was. It was a very strange debate. I mean, it's kind of like, you assume when you're up against, the world's economic system, you assume you're going to get the CIA on you and it'll be all black box stuff. And instead, I wind up in a lawsuit with Craig Wright of all people. Like, how do I wind up with adversaries that dumb?
Eric, maybe you want to take that again. Maybe illustrate what it was like for people to be involved in, as Peter is saying. There's all these people who have, and maybe they have good intentions, but they're maybe trying to make unwise changes to Bitcoin.
Well, I mean, one thing that should be pointed out is that Satoshi never actually said how to change the protocol. He put together this white paper and this implementation, and at the beginning, he would change stuff and say, well, this is what the new thing is going to be, and if you have 10 nodes running, well, you can just upgrade them all. This process obviously didn't scale, and there was no recommendation, no specific process for how to change the protocol at all. And a lot of the discoveries in that kind of were serendipitous. The whole idea of hard forks and soft forks, for instance, and the way that the processes were developed for that, and trying to keep the network from breaking, from fragmenting or forking during these changes. It was just kind of a process of trial and error and discovery, and it was just really, we just tried a whole bunch of different things. For instance, and then we also learned a lot from other projects. For instance, when the Ethereum DAO fork happened, that kind of illustrated a little bit of what might happen if there's a contentious hard fork. And that settled some of the issues. So a lot of the things were not just about what features people wanted. Some people really wanted Bitcoin to scale for payments, and a lot of the big blocks ideas came from that. But the process to be able to get to that was really, really complicated, and a lot of people, I think, just didn't really understand just how difficult that process was. And even till today, we don't really have a solid process for how to do that.
I mean, I got to push back a bit on that, saying, like, something a lot of people don't realize is Bitcoin used to have a version opcode, which is put the version of the software the node was running onto the stack. That is completely busted.
Horrible idea.
Technologically does not work. So I'd say, yes, Satoshi had some ideas about how you'd upgrade the protocol, but they're just totally busted. And I mean, what do you expect? As far as we know, Satoshi's human. So of course, Satoshi's going to make human mistakes.
Brian, you agree with that? Did you think Satoshi left an incomplete project? And I guess, how do you describe that?
Well, actually, Bitcoin was surprisingly complete from the beginning. There were missing pieces, but actually there was even more in the code that Satoshi had left, such as marketplaces and some DeFi stuff that never actually worked or were ever used. But essentially, Bitcoin has been a piece of software that is consistently run, and it has not experienced extended downtime ever, and that's actually really, really impressive for the quality of the software that it was in the beginning. It wasn't in a good place, but people are helping to get it cleaner all the time, of course.
I guess the other question I would ask is, what kept you guys going through the conflict, right? I remember this, one of the things I say about conferences today is there's a lot less grown man crying than there used to be during these days where there's a lot of conflict. So what kept you guys going and convinced that you were right about your vision, and what gave you the ability to just follow through with that?
Oh, I mean, there's an easy answer to that. I thought it was fun. I mean, I know my view on that's not shared by probably most developers, but that conflict is why I got into Bitcoin. I knew it would happen, And
Peter Todd, here to pick a fight.
yeah, I thought this is going to be really interesting, and it was.
Eric, I guess, what kept you going? And I guess, to maybe tell people about what that was like.
Well, I mean, at the time, I really had nothing better to do in my life. So this was just the most interesting thing happening. And I figured that if I'm going to do it, I might as well just go all out. And I had nothing to lose. A lot of people came into this space, from other things where they had some successes in something and they kind of felt that they had to, they had that clout and they could just carry it over into Bitcoin. I really had nothing to lose at the time, or at least I felt that way. I felt that in the worst of cases, I'll just leave this and find some other project to work on, right? But there was no other project that even came close to being as interesting. And it became pretty clear once the whole block size thing started to happen, with people really kind of getting forming camps into this. It was very clear to me that if we didn't do something about this, if we didn't try to keep things together, Bitcoin was going to break. And I think that's the closest that Bitcoin has actually come to being destroyed till today. And it just, what else am I going to do in my life that's more interesting than trying to keep something alive that people are trying to kill, right? So, yeah.
Brian, was there a point where you were ever worried about Bitcoin? Obviously, you guys don't think that if we made certain changes that maybe Bitcoin would be as successful as it was today.
No, but I would point out, though, that everyone loves to argue on the internet. That is their favorite pastime. And there was definitely a lot of arguing about Bitcoin. But from my perspective, I was looking at what I felt was the evidence, and I was looking at how it seemed to work. And there's a lot of wishful thinking about what Bitcoin can do or might be capable of doing, and then there's the cold hard facts. And unfortunately, we have to respect the facts, and that's what fueled me through the disagreement, I suppose.
Why do you guys think that it's important for people to understand the conflict or understand how you guys approach the question of what Bitcoin is and what it should be? Do you think that's important? Is that something you think about, Peter?
I think it's important to understand it because A, people are going to try to go change Bitcoin again. And B, there's always going to be alternatives to Bitcoin which have different trade-offs. A simple example is the Zcash implementation. That's a completely centralized thing which literally just stops working. The mobile coin, that goes even a step further where it is impossible to use mobile coin software that is not authorized by the core developers who created the Mobile Coin Foundation, et cetera, et cetera. It is digitally signed by them, and the nodes will not talk to each other unless they verify that digital signature. There is a whole set of trade-offs you could go through to, of course, PayPal, where they just control everything. But, people need to understand this stuff because ultimately, regardless of what cryptocurrency or other asset you get, or even what you're building on, you need to know what you're getting. And it's such an important part of how these systems work and how vulnerable they are to attack.
Eric, maybe you want to take that. Why do you feel like it's important? And I guess maybe share a little bit about that.
About what?
This is why it's important for people to understand that there is a history of conflict about Bitcoin and its direction. And maybe we know a little bit more today than we used to, but maybe that's a process that we're still ongoing.
Well, it should be clear that, we're basically, this is war. Basically, there's a lot of interest at play here that in very, very high stakes. And so conflict is just a part of that. And there's going to continue to be conflicts. And it's important for people to understand how conflicts were resolved in the past and what kind of precedent was set by that. So people understand in the future how they can handle conflicts in the future. We're in uncharted territory. So I doubt that there's going to be another conflict that's exactly the same as conflicts in the past. But we learn from each one, so it's important that we kind of keep that memory alive so that people know how to respond to these kinds of things.
Brian?
So what I recommend is be very careful about who you listen to about what Bitcoin is. How do they know what it is? Who are they? Where did their information come from? If you're not careful about this, you're going to be tricked into using software that steals your Bitcoin. You're going to be tricked into alternative protocols, and Bitcoin is a bearer asset. So if you lose it, it's gone. So just be really careful and try to respect the code.
Well, since you just said that, I think we should end it with just saying, what is Bitcoin then? And maybe you can tell the audience your version of that.
my definition of what Bitcoin is.
Yes, yeah.
In my opinion, Bitcoin is the code that is on in the Bitcoin Git repository that compiles into Bitcoin Core. To me, that is Bitcoin.
I have a slightly different opinion. I mean, I think that that's a huge component, but I also think that the social layer is really important, and the culture that exists, and the idea that people should validate stuff. And if that goes away, it's really easy for Bitcoin to become subverted by some entity that keeps the same form. It looks similar to what Bitcoin was, but people change their culture, nobody validates anymore, and all of a sudden you're using the same kind of stuff, but now people can start to change the supply or do other kinds of things, right? And it's really important for people to understand that it's up to them to make sure that, or I mean, not everyone needs to do it, but enough people need to do it that don't have, they are not going to collude in their interests for Bitcoin to remain secure. So, yeah.
Peter?
I mean, I think Brian's definition is totally busted because it goes the wrong way. It says, Bitcoin is this thing on this GitHub, et cetera, but that really kind of implies, well, GitHub could change it. And of course, and I know you know this, but of course that's not true. Bitcoin is ultimately what it is in all of our minds, and it ends up being a social consensus. It's a social consensus that's incredibly sticky because anyone could just go to github.org and get a copy that happens to validate what that social consensus is. But the first and foremost definition is the social consensus. Bitcoin is the fact we can have conferences like this with tens of thousands of people worldwide showing up at these things all the time who ultimately can send each other Bitcoin, and we'll say, yep, you sent me Bitcoin, I got your Bitcoin. That's really what Bitcoin is.
The development process in action, conflict, disagreement. Why don't we give these guys a round of applause? These guys have been really instrumental in the history of Bitcoin and done a lot for the space. This is going to be it for the stage. Thank you for coming to OG Dev Storytime. Quick plug, I mentioned I was editor-at-large at the Kraken Cryptocurrency Exchange. Also do open source development funding for them. So if you have a great idea, something you're looking to get off the ground, come find me, kraken.com/grants. And again, thank you for these guys.
Thank you.
First off, happy Friday. I'm so honored to be here with these three incredible creators to discuss the future of the creator economy. So I thought it'd be a really good setup to start with going through some of the trends that we're seeing lately. Particularly, I think the top three trends in the future of the creator economy. One of the first things that I was thinking about as this discussion is unfolding is, number one, direct monetization between you and your audiences and what the impact of Bitcoin has for that. The second is this idea of non-custodial platforms that you will be developing on your own platforms to be engaging with your audiences, not governed by a central authority and doesn't have the ability to be censored. And then the final piece, and I think one of the most important pieces, is this idea of peer-based governance versus platform-based governance. And we had an interesting situation happen with Jack over there on the other stage, which this idea of just Twitter shutting people down and the idea of censorship and not letting the platforms have that choice, but letting the peers of your audiences have the choice. So I'm excited for that setup, and I'd love to kick it off with you, Blondish. Tell me what you're doing in the space around these topics.
Hi guys, how's it going? I'm honestly, where do I start, I guess? I don't know, I guess growing up, I never really felt comfortable in the system. It's on, the mic is weird. I never felt right. I didn't know where I was going with it, but the mic keeps going off.
Yeah, we got someone with the mic for you. I don't know. Can we check on that?
Can you hear me? It's going on and off.
No, you got it.
All right. So I didn't ever felt right in the system, so I guess that's why I'm sitting here today. And everything I do with my music, honestly, I just realized that it's to bring more happiness and abundance to people. Ah, yeah. Yo, yo, yo. Yeah, so I just want to bring happiness and abundance to people, and I do that through my music. I'm not just a DJ. Typically, I thought I was just a DJ, a producer, became an activist about the environment, and now I'm realizing I just want to bring all the tools of cryptocurrency and what Bitcoin can do to everyone in my community so that we can be abundant together in happy, happy world.
And over the last year, you've transformed what Blondish has become over the past year because how you've built this direct connection to your audience. So talk about that strategy. Like, how did you start building this relationship with your audience so intimately since COVID?
Yeah, sure. So, you know, a lot of us DJs, and I mean, a lot of industries can probably relate to this, but we were like cockroaches, like upside down when COVID hit. So we were forced to rethink everything because our main revenue stream was touring, international touring. And at the same time, international touring is all about, you know, it takes a toll on your mental health. So it's not sustainable. So COVID gave us a chance to rethink all that. And Tony Robbins reached out to the music industry and did a little talk. He was like, guys, I can help you. So he did a little 1 hour talk and he asked us, he's like, this is what you guys need to be thinking about right now, is how are you bringing value to your community and your fans, and how are you bringing them along in your journey? When he kind of said that, I went deep into the Twitch game, and I was connecting with the audience, just bringing people positive energy through the music. And that's where it all kind of started, because then you can start playing, you know, there's so many different experiments you could do to figure out how to bring them along your journey and, you know, that direct to audience relationship.
Beautiful. Adrian, so people haven't heard from you in a while. This is, and you're at a Bitcoin conference. You're going to be talking about the creator economy at the Bitcoin conference, and I'm intrigued by your angle here. Like, what, you know, they haven't heard from you. You've kind of gone through this transformation process. Tell us what you've been working on and why Bitcoin.
Yeah, I've been deep in a hole of transformation in Austin. That's where we met. But I just wanted to comment on what Blondish said, because it really resonated with me. You know, really, when you think about the creator economy, it's not about money, you know, for artists. It's really about communicating an idea, and really artists define a culture, a spirit of who we are and what we want to be. It's really the money that's the barrier that keeps the society, people, from the artist. So technologies like Bitcoin have given us all an opportunity to access the art that we want, that we care about, that inspires us. And for me right now, I'm putting all my creative energy into impact. So I started an impact company, and we're investing in Bitcoin and other technologies that break down those barriers, give more equity, more access to more people of the world's, not only the world's wealth, but also the artists. We want to give the voices, give those voices that want to define who we are and what we want to be the opportunity to speak loud. Yeah.
There we go. That deserves a little bit of that. Crypto Graffiti, one of the most impactful artists in this space.
Appreciate it, man.
You are a legend in most senses. And tell us a little bit about your journey and your thoughts on what's going to be happening with the creator economy in relation to what you do as an artist for the world.
Yeah, so longtime artist in this space, and to see this grow to 12,000 people and even just the art exhibit itself be so big is like amazing. I think art's just incredibly important for spreading movements. And what we're starting to see now as our culture develops further and further is there's a lot of different revenue models that can come from using Lightning payments and micropayments. And that's really how I got my start. So like pre-Lightning, I was really taken aback by Adam Back's work with Hashcash. And the idea there where microtransactions can do very cool things like forward email spam and DDoS attacks. And that inspired me to really dive into the space and try to apply it to art. And so now with Lightning starting to flourish, there's so many different ways that it can help out creators that I'm really excited to try and use it in a manner that can get us away from these ad-based platforms that really just kind of suck the soul out of society, right? They're jeopardizing our privacy, our time, and our concentration in so many different ways that I think if we can shift to a micropayments network on all the different social platforms that'll create huge impact in focusing more on the art and not take away things that are really crucial to humanity, right? So a lot of different things in the works. To just see Bitcoin grow like this is absolutely amazing. And so I'm excited to contribute in any way I can. You know, I do a lot of different things in the space and try and support to just spread adoption. So happy to see you all here.
The thing we were talking about in the back is this DJ model that you were sharing around music and Lightning. So can you dive a little bit into that specific project that you were describing and how, you know, there was insertion of metadata into the song? It's fascinating on how a producer and an artist can be paid through Lightning.
Sure. So Blondish can probably attest that the royalty space for musicians is just screwy. And it goes back decades where it used to be that labels would even go so far as to sign an artist just to shelve their project because they had a similar artist and just kill their career just to make their other person shine. There's a long history in trusting third parties, and they end up being security holes, as Nick Szabo would say. So what I did, I created a plugin that's available now on LN Bits, where if you're a DJ, essentially a curator of good music, you can use it to split any payments that come through during your set. So it's a way to directly peer-to-peer pay musicians for their work. And so a cut goes to the DJ for introducing you to the music, a cut goes to the producer for making the music. You can also download it if a certain payment threshold is met. And I think this peer-to-peer methodology is really the future because people want it. They don't want to kowtow to all these different platforms which have so many different restrictions. It's really ridiculous. Like if you're a DJ and you're trying to live stream on YouTube, you have to jump through all these different hoops and like slow down a track to try to avoid the copyright bots. And that's not like what the producer wants to have their music represented as. The stream will get shut down. It's ridiculous. So there's all these different pitfalls that come with being creators in the space and kind of like succumbing to this ad-based model that is really killing creativity and makes you like just conform to what they're doing, right? So peer-to-peer, more like grassroots platforms I think is the future. And excited to hear more about what you're working on and others because that is where this is going. So one other thought. So Twitter, I think Twitter's kind of getting there, right? So Jack is like, he's talking about experimenting with tips. I feel like if not from the ground up, it may be a major player like Jack, and we might have like an A/B test type of thing, and it'll be on us Bitcoiners to support the artists and the content creators with the B versus the A to really make it happen. Because, I think it's important for humanity. So, yeah, exciting times ahead.
It's so important, right? I mean, I just realized something. As soon as we get rid of the intermediaries, we will accelerate into the creator economy because we have more space to be creative, right? Woo! But more like Fiddy Boy, Elizabeth, thank you. Fiddy Boy, like he started that Twitch integration where you do the donations to the artists as well, right? Through the Lightning Network, and you can actually have the alert that comes up. You can leave a message, which gets rid of PayPal and all that kind of jazz. But I have a question to you guys, and I'm not in finance. I'm a creator. But I just want to gobble up all the Bitcoin I can. I don't really want to spend my sats. So how do we, I love to receive them as tips and donations, of course, but I don't necessarily want to spend them. And like, does anyone else think like me? Like, I'm using it as a hedge against the legacy system right now. It's not.
I have a response to that. I think right now, because Bitcoin's so volatile, because it's new and people are looking at it as almost like a trade, and they're looking to actually make money off of its growth. Eventually, it's going to settle down, and it's going to be the currency that we use. It's not going to have that volatility. The tools will exist for easier trading and actual practical use of it, and you won't be as afraid. So hang in there, breathe, you'll get there.
I think he's hopeful. I like that. I think we're all particularly hopeful.
Yeah, so I use my Bitcoin to, I take loans against it. You know what I mean? Because I value that as a store of value. You know what I mean? So I don't want to use it to spend it right now. At least that's my strategy.
Yeah. So I've noticed that if you take all of your payments in Bitcoin, it gets a lot easier because then it's circular, right? So one of my buddies, Clubhouse superstar John Fakori, he says if he introduces someone to Bitcoin, it's because he loves them. And so I kind of see that the same way, where I don't mind like paying people in Bitcoin because I'm just receiving Bitcoin, right? And so it's a lot easier to stomach if it's coming in as well, because that's like kind of where we want all this to go, right? So everybody, if you just ask your employers to be paid in Bitcoin, and that will help us push ahead. Because I get it. Like if this is going to go up in value, then you want to hold on to it. But it's a totally different story if you're just earning Bitcoin.
Yeah, but you're also seeing the Bitcoin as future dollars as opposed to Bitcoin. And I think where we need to get to philosophically is it's not going to eventually become dollars. It's just going to be Bitcoin. So once we get out of that mentality as like we're going to sell our Bitcoin for dollars, dollars are out. Tangible money is on its way out.
And I think the interesting thing about all these systems, it's also the operating system that it sits on, right? Lightning as an operating system, the ability to have channel states to move payments between people. I sometimes think of Bitcoin also as an app store, right? There's the ability that we're going to start seeing these layered applications used on these systems to be able to transact, to stream sats, to do all these different things. Adrian, talk a little about the ranch. Talk a little about the ranch and Bitcoin. Because I find that as like a little fascinating model that you're tinkering with. We've talked about this for a while.
Yeah, so again, for me, it's about lifestyle, how I'm living, how I put my energy every day into what. And so as of the past couple of years, I decided that I wanted to focus more on the things that are vital, which is family, community, and nature. I do a lot of environmental work, and you see a lot of the problems, and you want to solve them out there in the world. And I realized that if I want to see the change out there, I got to start right here. In fact, that's what this is. I got this last night. Someone gave it to me. It's from the inside out, right? And so I decided to start a community. So I bought some land in Texas, and we're inviting people to come build and live, together and work together to be more sovereign, more independent, grow food, the whole thing. And also to use decentralized currencies to keep our wealth and our value localized so that we can trade with one another very, very hyper locally and have full transparency so that we're not trying to exploit each other and profit off of each other through subterfuge and ignorance. Like we want to have full transparency, and that's what Bitcoin does, is it gives that level of transparency, hyper-localization, and access to everybody within the community.
Beautiful. I was thinking about who is going to be here today, and I thought it would be interesting for you as creators to talk about what you would like to see in the future, right? Because we have developers, we have companies, we have people building the Lightning Network, and hearing from creators on the things that you'd like to see. You'd like to see entrepreneurs like ourselves and engineers bring these things to life. What do you want to see in the future, and how can we create it for you? Anyone can start.
I'll take it. So I think the more decentralized, the better. And so for example, there's just not a lot of platforms in the space that are Bitcoin-centric. Scarcity is doing an amazing job for bringing together collectors and artists with their Lightning-based platform. And there's others as well, but if you look at some of the altcoins who are funded by these pre-mines, which bring them hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, we're kind of doing it on hard mode, right? So support the creators, and bring about more platforms, because I think it just shines a light on the creators and gets their work out there more often. So I love what you're doing and bringing about more money to the space. And with the decentralization, there's the possibility of doing, like every person that runs a BTC Pay server instance can have their own auction platform. They can do bidding, run an instance, and just sell anything that they want on their own without any trusted third party. That for me is like the ultimate in terms of price discovery, right? And so a lot of cool things that could be done that really speak to the heart of what this is all about and not having to rely on anyone else. So yeah, also art grants would be amazing. There's a lot of grants for developers, which are incredibly needed. I think art helps spread movements, needless to say, right? And so if we could have more funding in that regard to help bring about a lot of these platforms that we're discussing would be awesome.
Beautiful. Vladish?
What was the question again?
What would you like to see in the world be created by the engineers, the entrepreneurs, the people in the crowd that are building these new systems?
Sure. I would like to see kind of I work a lot in intersections and creating movements. So I would love to see when the creator economy kind of intersects with the attention economy, with Bitcoin, and how that's going to like move us into the exponential age. You know, like there's something there that's already been started that I've actually been living, and it just creates these endorphins, and endorphins is fossil fuel free gas. You know what I mean? And it just like it's real. It's like something that we create, and I just want endorphins happening everywhere through the creator economy, and that's where all the magic is, and I can't wait to see that. Beautiful.
Yeah. Let's give her some love on that. Adrian?
You know, we all have a default conditioning of money. We've all been trained very well by our current economic system. So I'd like to see us all to take a little bit of time to heal our relationship with money itself, because I see money as an abstraction of value, and I'd like to see these tools be used to bring real value, tangible value, felt experience and value more in line with these tools, to really look at, you know, these are tools of how we actually exchange true value. It's not just zeros and ones or numbers, it's actually things that we exchange. So let's focus less on the wealth accumulation and the, you know, what it is, the abstract representation of the value, and get more one-on-one interpersonal about what it is we're actually exchanging and why. It's a human-to-human experience.
I love it. I think there's somebody in the audience that might want to ask a question, and I think I'd like to potentially even open this up for a discussion. And if we could, you want to come up here real quick? I'll give it right back. You got a mic for her? What's your question?
A lot about impact investing, and there are 3 disciplines of impact investing. That is, we call the 3 T's, which is time, talent, and treasure. And in the experience economy, we are looking at ways to reduce the noise by creating disciplined experiences, so I can more directly connect with you. Now, talent, we are needing to value our human relationships better. So to better engage with each other, we need to find moments of art and connection in order to calm the noise and find a better way to connect with each other. And then treasure, you're creating art. And what I'm doing is I'm working
What's your question?
My question is what kind of frameworks are you thinking of in order to follow a disciplined approach to approach these new economies? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is that to me? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's a magic that we lose when we're focused on money itself. And so for us, it's about being able to honor the immeasurable value that we create through art. So I would say, put your focus, buy more art, listen to more music, dance with your friends, all the things that really bring value to the world. Like, these are the things that we need to start focusing on, not just how much you have, what you've accumulated, but really the things that are interpersonal in nature. And artists are the ones who are bringing that to us. So yeah, definitely give more to your artists. And be an artist. You are a creator. Sing more. Dance more.
Should we meditate now?
What?
Should we meditate? Do some breathing exercises?
Breathe more.
I mean, I can tell you how I'm doing it. I always think about how can I involve my community or bring my community along with me along the journey to Happy Happy World. So, I released an NFT series yesterday, Chakratastic, and it was, it's if you look at it, it's art. It's music made in 432 hertz, which is language of the universe, and it's paired with some 3D art. So I give you something familiar, but there's access behind it. You know what I mean? There's so many tools and things, a world that opens up now to the person who has that art that I'm bringing along them on the journey to abundance. So it's about involving your community more along the journey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a trend that happens when you get, whether it's in the art world or inside, this direct connection with the artist turns your collectors into collaborators, and there's so much to explore with this relationship, and it's creating new business models. So one person I want to shout out, Guy Swan. He has Bitcoin Audible, who I'm sure some of you know. This experiment that he's doing, he records himself. He does VO of various articles that come out over the course of a week. And he'll have people send sats to try and do like a Disneyland fast pass, which of the articles should get bumped to the top of the line. And it's a great example of using your community to determine what route you should take as a creator. There's like positives and negatives with that, right? Where if you might not be into having your vision thwarted in some way, but if you know that it's either going to be X or B and you put it out there as an artist and you involve your community, it creates this dynamic that really is different than if you have like an art dealer that's between you. So yeah, the entire like creator space is shifting as artists and musicians are tasked with doing more for themselves online. The idea of paying a dealer 40 to 50% to really not do as much as they used to when artists are doing so much with social media anyway is pretty archaic. So we're starting to see trends that are going to be here for the long term, and I'm all about it because it's to direct your people. It's less money going to other people, and it's an exciting future for creators.
So I'd love to kind of, as we're closing, what does the future look for each of you individually? What are you most excited about over the next 12 months? You're all working on amazing projects. And what will we see come out over the next 12 months across your specific verticals in the creator economy?
I'll make it short. I honestly am figuring out how not to travel so much. So basically there's this hologram kind of technology, so I can I can be in many places at once, but it has mass, this virtual character. And then I'm also like creating a virtual character to exist in the different metaverses to kind of cross the space-time continuum, because I want to, for the environment and all that, there's so much you can do with a virtual character in the metaverses, like pushing your message, and it's kind of like the Blondish Crusader kind of thing. And I can give ownership through an NFT or whatever to my community. So we can kind of save the world together kind of thing.
Beautiful. Crypto Graffiti?
Test. Working on a number of different projects that try to really address the shortfalls of the current status quo, right? So with this split lightning payment project that I started out doing with DJing, it applies to a lot of different industries. So currently working on a documentary that's all about people's origin stories with Bitcoin. And it was really inspiring for me to hear Andreas Antonopoulos' story about how he got into the space and the trials and tribulations his family experienced in Greece. So I'm recording that are in Bitcoin to hopefully inspire others. And regarding the split payments, it's probably going to be like some cool lightning functionality, like imagine a Brady Bunch style screen where if you only wanted to hear certain people, you can click on them, send a payment, and that payment would automatically be split between myself for creating the doc and the person who was interviewed. And so that kind of speaks to this like points system that the industry has, which is more relegated to stars, where it should be democratized, right? Like everyone should be able to benefit from being involved in a flick, and they'd probably be more on board if they knew that there's the potential for future earnings. So yeah, just trying to push forward the space and using the technology that we have, and really just focus on Bitcoin to do so.
Find me on the ranch, wrangling snakes and growing big fat zucchinis and using Bitcoin.
I love it. Thank you all so very much. You guys are so impactful. We're so excited for the future with you. And thank you everyone for spending the time to be here today. Have a nice day. Enjoy your conference.
So I'm really excited about this panel. We're talking about growing Lightning infrastructure. You know, we've got Bitcoin, which is a great bearer asset, and now with Lightning Network, we've got a great way to spend it. How do we build up the infrastructure to really put the ends together and get the world to use Lightning? So I'm Evan Kalutis. I'm joined here with a real great cast. So I got Lalu Shuntoken, right?
No, that's pretty good.
I'm trying. You're CTO at Lightning Labs. Mm-hmm. I got Lisa Nygut, right? She's working over on C Lightning over at Blockstream.
Yeah, that's right.
And all the way at the end, we got Rockstar Dev. Yeah, he likes to pretend he's trying to stay anon, but he's still afraid of COVID, so he's all masked up.
I love masks. I love masks, or Bitcoin masks.
So yeah, let's dive into it. How are we gonna get to where we want to go? What needs to be built?
Good question. I think there's definitely a lot of layers because, you know, Lightning in particular, like obviously you have like the wallet itself, and you also have kind of like routing infrastructure. You have pathfinding, you have like feed bumping. There's a number of also kind of like protocols that you can build on top of the system because it's so extensible, right? So I feel like
a lot of different moving pieces, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? And so, you know, I think the main thing is always kind of like to maximize like the end user experience basically, and then see what we need to build so basically make the user experience better. So maybe there's things like pathfinding. There's like, you know, different protocols like synchronized wallets, exchange invoices, things like AMP, things like what's kind of like power what's going on.
So. Yeah. Okay, Rose, you got to speak a little clearer and slow it down because I'm keeping up, but I'm not sure everyone in the audience is. So,
sure.
So yeah, let's talk about a couple of things you guys rolled out this year. For me, you know, L&D has been getting better, and I'm really happy with the pool product and, you know, seeing the markets for liquidity build up and people being able to, you know, make some sats back for putting up liquidity in these channels, and in the process, you know, making the whole network more liquid. Mm-hmm. So that's been awesome to see.
Definitely.
Lisa, what have you been working on?
So talking about liquidity stuff, that's something I've been working on kind of at C Lightning and like at the spec level. We just released a version of C Lightning that has an experimental version of a spec change we're calling dual funding. It's really exciting in itself. It's not really, I mean, it's cool in itself because basically it enables Lightning operators to do coin joins at open, which is pretty dope.
Love
so we're like really excited about
that's
that.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But speaking of liquidity, now that we've got this ability for two different nodes to kind of negotiate a transaction, that gives us like a platform we can build this thing I'm calling like liquidity ads on top of it. So basically we can build a decentralized market for liquidity inside the Lightning spec protocol that'll allow nodes to advertise like, hey, I've got some liquidity. I'd love to help open a channel with you and put it in. So that's like something that C Lightning we're working on currently, and we're really excited about like helping people figure out where liquidity is in the network and how to like open channels such that it's like allocated in the right way, which is cool.
Yeah, I'm really pumped about dual funded channels in that you get a couple perks, right? Like you got two people putting up liquidity, right? So you can share your UTXO to make the channel. But also just by default, by two people putting up the capital, you get liquidity both ways. You get both the incoming and outcoming liquidity. And I think
Right,
that goes a long
yeah.
way,
Which,
you know?
like, I think we had a little bit of disagreement on Twitter was it last week?
Rose wanted to bring it up.
Which, like, I mean, I think it was really about, like, what we call things, right? And I think, like, so I think it's good to make a distinction that, like, the dual-funded channel spec work that we're doing enables you to make something that I would call like balanced channels. And so balanced channels are channels that have the same amount of liquidity on both sides. There's a couple different ways to make balanced channels. Lightning Labs just released a really cool new thing on Pool, sidecar channels.
Sidecar channels, yeah.
Yeah.
Sidecar channels.
And I think
Really
you
exciting.
also enabled like push-funded balanced channels on like the Pool infrastructure, right?
That's there as well, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, this balanced channel thing is awesome. There's like a couple different ways to make that happen now with like the push funding on like version 1 channels, and with dual funded channels, you can make balanced channels also. Takes a little more negotiation, I think, which I feel like Pool has kind of like figured out the negotiation stuff. You guys got that
I mean,
down.
I think that's
That's cool.
interesting about like because Pool today we already have the coordination there and like the market itself. We have coming out test.
Yeah.
There. It's like,
Your mic's coming in and out.
coming out. Test.
Technical
Okay,
difficulties.
better now. Okay, I guess I'm gonna use this one.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. All right, hopefully it's not going to echo or something like that. But no, but I was saying like Pool basically is kind of like a marketplace that we have right now. So a lot of people kind of like buy and sell liquidity. I think they're working on kind of like a slightly different version that may be a little more distributed. One thing I want to say about the whole balanced channel thing, I feel like people need to kind of like remember that channel management is definitely like a very big part of operating Lightning Node to make sure everything is actually working properly. But a balanced channel, like it's an ephemeral state, right? So if you balance the channel, I can route around you and I can rebalance that as well too, right? So I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, okay, you can strive for the initial state, but it also takes like ongoing management to keep your channels to a balanced state in the beginning. So it definitely helps, from the start. But you also need to kind of like consider, why do I rebalance, and also what's my cost of rebalancing as well, right? Because if you're rebalancing constantly and actually like getting any funds or through routing revenue yourself, you're kind of like bleeding money over and over again, right? So I think certain individuals, particularly like those that are really committed to Pool, are really trying to optimize or maximize and kind of like min-max their actual revenue. And probably like one of the people that does a really good job is on our team, Alex Bosworth. He's kind of like the routing god in a sense, right? So we always get tips from things like that to make sure we're shipping the products properly and just guiding people with guides and things like that.
Incredible, man.
Yeah.
I'm excited. Just a lot of new ways to, sort through the complexities of channels and onboarding new users. It's great. It's great to see the experimentation. It's great to see things becoming more easy UX-wise. Let's talk about what you're working on, Rockstar.
No, man, I'm giving up all my time to roast beef because look at this. This is why I love being around him. Like crazy stuff happens. See, like even Mike gave up how fast he talks. So it's just fun. And being in this panel, like what these two people are doing is phenomenal. And
It's incredible, yeah.
I think like they grew the infrastructure to the point where us who are on application layer should like take over and do more, because the stuff that you can do on Lightning today is already phenomenal. And for me, Lightning is all about that superpower. Like superpower of Lightning is settlement. You don't even have instant settlement on chain. You need to wait that block to happen. So we just need to leverage that on application layer properly. And I'm blessed to be on 2 projects that are doing that. BTC Pay server, my open source family. Like I hope there are a lot of BTC Pay server supporters in the crowd. Are there any?
All right, let's hear it.
Let's make BitPay obsolete and when Lightning. But we'll discuss that tomorrow. Tomorrow is a presentation in Fosstone that Matt is organizing. There is a BTC Pay server presentation. Please come. So BTC Pay server, open source, and then with Jack Mallers, what they're doing with
Strike. Now that's a really user-friendly product. I love Strike. You get a fiat balance, you load up your bank, right? And you're just instantly able to pay any Lightning invoice, any on-chain invoice. And we're seeing it go into new markets, right? So you guys are in El Salvador now, right?
Yes.
And really cutting into the remittance game, which is huge.
Man, I'm telling you, like this is obsolete BitPay. This will be like obsolete banks. So that's the approach. Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Let's go.
So
I want to
sorry,
say
go
a
ahead.
really quick thing about Strike, which I think is awesome. To Strike, the application for sending money, peer-to-peer, right? I had a conversation with Peter McCormick on Easter Sunday of this year, and he asked me the question that we always get as Lightning devs, like, when is Lightning going to be ready? And I was like, dude, like, what do you mean ready? Like, ready for who? And he's like,
it's software, right? There's always more to be done.
yeah,
right?
yeah. And like, I mean, Peter's like, well, ready for me. And I was like, dude, you should check out Strike. Like, I think that's like the Peter McCormick level of like Lightning. Sorry, Peter.
Yeah, exactly.
And then like a few weeks later, I don't know if you remember this or whatever, but a few weeks later, I think he went down to, is it El Salvador, where they're doing like the Bitcoin.
He was telling us about that the other day.
Yeah, I think it's Bitcoin Beach or something. And he was like, guys, Strike is awesome. This is amazing. I felt really good because I was
got
like,
converted at that point, basically.
yeah,
right?
he was like, dude, Lightning works. I was like, yeah, Peter, you found like great, good job. I'm really glad you like found the thing that is ready for you.
But
to
it's
use
amazing. It
Lightning
sounds like the
and stuff.
ecosystem is being built out there, and every time he goes down, more merchants further up the coast are adopting it, and there's still a lot of ways to go. A lot of them are still using, a custodial wallet, but they have someone in the community managing it, right? So they're taking that Uncle Jim model, someone hosting the node, worrying about the channel liquidity. But at least it's with someone who's accountable, someone they know, and it's good to see that happening. But it's incredible. People are accepting Bitcoin for payments down there, and they're getting familiar with Lightning, how it works, how the invoicing works.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's really an incredible phenomenon and encouraging to see.
Yeah, but I kind of think it makes a good opportunity to sort of point out like how Lightning infrastructure is like developing, as there's kind of like layers of interaction, right, that people can get involved in. Lalu was talking earlier about how like, if you start with a balanced channel, that's like an ephemeral state, right? Like the money moves, and so like, if you're operating a node, you kind of have this like sort of difficult problem about how to like make the liquidity in the right place so that the payments that need to get through the network can like get through the network, like pathfinding that you mentioned at the start. And like, I think that like, that's a really hard problem, and I don't think we've solved that yet. Like, I think it's like a work in progress. So like, I think when I say like there's tiers of like participation, right? Like, you really kind of do need an expert at like managing some. Right now, we're hoping we'll be able to like make that more accessible soon, but Lightning Strike is doing an amazing job of like making it accessible to like more people, and I think that's really awesome.
Definitely, yeah. And like, as Lisa's saying, like, no one's really figured it out. There's no kind of like, silver bullet, like, do this and this and this. You basically like have like a proper routing node. So one thing we've been working on is basically something, basically like Terminal Web. It's kind of like based on some additional scoring systems. So we're kind of like doing some analysis on nodes to effectively kind of like rank them, based on kind of like their liquidity. So like the main thing that we do is like, obviously, like, a node can look good on chain basically, or like maybe on the graph, okay, I have a lot of channels, things like that. But the channels aren't well balanced. If the channels aren't available, it's not really going to be good to routing node, right? So we're trying to like, work to kind of like dispel those myths. Okay, the biggest node is the best node. No, well, the most well-managed node is actually the best node, right? So people can check it out. It's Terminal Web, kind of like you can basically put it in your pub key. And one thing we're trying to do as well is trying to like give people like, hints towards like pushing them in the right direction, basically. Oh, we notice your channels are disabled. Oh, we notice your fees are high. Oh, we notice you have like bad uptime, right? So we're kind of like push them in that direction to kind of like coach them up to basically eventually run kind of like what would be a good node, basically, and get the warm fuzzies, get some sats as well. Because even like my node now, like I think I have like maybe 25 million sats in it. It's like increased, like I think the volume has increased like 60% over the past like 2 or 3 months. So I checked it. So I think this year alone, I've routed 7 BTC on my node, and like it's like I don't really do much. I just leave it there. Like it's mainly for development, and it just kind of shows that okay, like this is actually growing. Because I think that's one of the things where it's like you can't track all the activity on chain. You actually need to be involved in the network, basically. So if you're involved in the network, if you're running a routing, you're like, oh my god, this thing's actually growing now. Like I'm routing. So if I'm routing, you can probably route. Like Like,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, from my experiences so far. So routing, if you want to get the routes and start actually making revenue off it, you got to be somewhat hands-on in managing the channels. I've learned that liquidity is not equal. Different liquidity has different values, but I think it's also contextual depending on what your flows are. If you're more than just a routing node, right? Different liquidity is more valuable to different people depending on what their business flows are looking like and whatnot. And I'm just really glad that we have more and more tools every day to manage it and make it easier.
Definitely.
Like Lightning Terminal and Pool and being
Zeus
able to
as well, your wallet, right?
Zeus, yeah. All sorts of interfaces, Ride the Lightning and Thunder Hub, stuff like that is becoming more and more accessible every day. And we haven't gotten it all worked out. We're all sort of trying to figure out what the best way to manage all these things are, but it's really cool to see it, grow day by day.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, because like Lightning didn't start out like 0-1 basically. It took us like several years, right? So like we didn't just like turn it on. The other thing is, well, I feel like the developers are kind of like very like much like methodical and kind of like managing expectations. We had the limits initially, but we had kind of like clamp channel size. Like we did one with the last year before, so we're kind of been growing steadily over the past few years. Now it's to the point where it's like, it's like if you know, like you feel it.
I mean, like I mean. It's at some point it's just theoretical, but now as we're putting more and more capital on the network, there's incentives to do exploits, figure out where the edges are and where the walls are and what the limits are, and we're finding them every day, and
we're all still learning. Like she said, no one's figured it out yet, so No, but I think one thing that's also really cool is now like the infrastructure is a little bit better. We're starting to see people kind of like build more applications on top of Lightning itself. For example, like things like kind of like streaming sats are getting a lot bigger. People kind of like tipping people for podcasts. People doing kind of like micro type of things before. So like many of those things maybe weren't as feasible like in the past, but we kind of saw infrastructure based, right? That's the main thing where it's like you can't try to build on top of it too quickly unless you have like a really good base. Now I think it's the point where many people companies that tell us, okay, it just works, and that's what we want to hear, right? Like you're saying like, okay, what's the issue? Do I look at the logs and you send me the debug information? And they're like, no, it worked. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's not touch it or something.
Do you guys want to talk about why we're late today? Why we showed up just last minute? Thanks to the stage guys for bearing with us, but we had our hands full. We were in the Mint Gox Arena playing some games with Zebedee. It was a battle between Lightning Labs, right?
And BTC Pay.
First BTC Pay. I joined the BTC Pay team.
Lightning Labs won. It was 8-3. It was.
All right. You guys played great, but let's be real. You guys practiced. You got some practice.
No. Like that was the third time I've ever played the game. Okay, like so I'm not like a pro or anything. But y'all even had people from the crowd, right? This was just our team, and we also had Oliver actually like playing remotely from Switzerland, and he was our MVP.
Oh my God,
as well, so.
Oliver's the best. He's great engineer at Lightning Labs.
Yeah, but the really cool part about like the way that they have in CS:GO is kind of like an esports competition basically, right? It's like rather than like you getting a payout maybe 2 or 3 months later, okay, like what currency, whatever else, you basically can like send and receive sats and actually get payouts as well too. So typically maybe it would work, people pay like 20K sats to get into the pot of it itself. You play the game, then you get an instant withdrawal. So it's a really cool thing, kind of combining like gaming and Lightning together.
I just love the live feedback. Like in the corner of the screen, you're seeing your sats balance, flash up or down, like after every kill. And you sort of have like this financial measure of like how you're doing, and you're like, I got to get that balance back up. So, it's sort of like the difference between like playing poker with real money or just playing it without money. Like with the sats on the line, you got this incentive to, it makes things more competitive, certainly. But I'm really bullish about the gaming stuff because it's going to introduce a whole new generation of kids to Bitcoin.
Yeah. So sorry to interrupt you. How does I haven't really played these games yet. Can you guys talk a little bit about how Lightning like integrates with earning sats in the game?
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, so like with the way they have set up in the game, they actually have something called Infuse. It's kind of like a custom like CS:GO server basically, right? That's like kind of like interpreting the game state and things like that. So whenever you actually like do a kill, you get additional satoshis, right? And then whenever like you lose, you basically like lose satoshis at the end of it. And then whenever you actually like the game's over, you can then withdraw the satoshis. So it's kind of like a money match, right? Like you kind of like putting down 20K sats on the game basically. You have to like really get into it, and like the winner gets the prize pool. So it's a really cool thing because I can see it's get really big because for example like you can play it purely online as well, right? You don't need to be in the same place. You can do it without like any like sign up. Anyone in the world can participate with it as well. There's no requirement or anything like that. So it kind of like just really takes down all of the barriers to esports basically. And all of a sudden we have like Bitcoin, which is the the internet's currency powering all this gaming going on online. So it's really cool.
It's amazing, and like for the most part the games are working with any wallet. It's just like you deposit with Lightning, right? Exactly. And then when you want to withdraw and get your earnings, it's LN URL withdraw, and you create an invoice and it goes right to your wallet. It's great.
Yeah, I think one really cool thing about it as well is like they didn't actually have to modify CS:GO. So it's vanilla CS:GO, but then it talks to their custom server. So as a result of that, you can roll it out really quickly. There's no like weird malware pirating thing or something like that. So it's really dope. Definitely check it out. Mint Gox, the CS:GO competition. And also I think the semifinals are later today. I think it's us versus Fold in the semifinals. So hopefully we'll come through. People definitely come check it out.
Yeah, we got to get some more games in later. So much fun.
Yeah.
What kind of other opportunities does Lightning enable? Like, we've seen stuff with like podcasts and live streaming sats. We've seen messaging. Like, what cutting edge things are you guys most excited about?
I actually think, all those novel uses of Lightning like they won't be too important in the long run, because I really think Lightning will be ready for the main show once more exchanges adopt it as a deposit method. And once you build that enterprise network, because like what OKCoin did, allowing you to deposit, shout out to OKCoin. You can deposit to their exchange using Lightning. You want to add something to that, roast beef? Or?
Oh, yeah. I was saying, like, it's really big because I think this year we basically starting to see the exchanges come on like more full force, basically. In the past, we were kind of like, okay, well, we knew we weren't really ready. They were not ready. But now I think it's the point where, like, things are getting more mature. So, like you're saying, we have OKCoin, we have Bitfinex. I think Kraken's coming up soon as well, too. I think we'll see more and more come through because, like, cool thing is, like, OKCoin listed it because, their users were requesting it, basically. Like, oh, we've been paying too much on-chain. Because, you see, whenever the price, like, chops up, the mempool also chops up as well, too. If, like, Bitcoin's spiking, the mempool is spiking. So it's a big thing. People want to basically do arbitrage. And another big thing as well, like, when you have people in kind of like, new emerging areas, like paying a very like high on-chain fee to withdraw. I bought $20. I'm paying $2, on-chain basically. So I think Lightning's a really big thing there to basically make sure that individuals can actually participate in the system properly.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. More exchanges have to come out and actually integrate it so users can deposit and withdrawals. But the arbitrage thing is a very important angle, and it's fun thinking about that. Like, if there's a price spread between two exchanges, instead of having to wait the 6 confirmations to make this arbitrage play, you can start settling it in like a minute's time. When you get into the gritty of it, it's like the price spread is going to become smaller and smaller. So price discovery is going to become so much easier with the Lightning Network. And that's another thing I'm really excited about.
I feel like this is where I'd have to like shill Liquid and be like, no, this is like what the Liquid Network is for, guys. Like, wrong panel. We can have this conversation.
Well, there's a limit to the arbitrage on Lightning because you don't want a whale to see an arbitrage opportunity of 6 Bitcoin, right? And just wipe out your entire
Well, that's where you get
Lightning
confidential transactions on Liquid, which is like sorry.
She's doing her job, like.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, sorry, to go back to like Lightning again. I think the thing I really want to see that as far as I know, like hasn't really gotten hit yet or like been introduced yet is like paywall. Like I want to pay for an article.
No, that's so
I want to pay for like to watch a YouTube video.
Exactly.
I don't want to subscribe to anything.
$60 a year for one article. It's
yeah,
like, nah.
forget that. Let me pay a couple sats. I'll read the article and I'm good. And previously, credit cards, it didn't make sense to pay the transaction fee. If it's less than $1 or $2, right? But now if we could pay fractions of pennies worth of value.
So great.
I think that's going to be big, yeah. Because like I think my big dream is basically I think Lightning can kill the paywall, basically, right? Because you can actually have it directly integrated into the web.
Good.
So we've been working on something infrastructure-wise called LSAT, basically. So you use HTTP 402 to kind of like say, okay, well, you do the request, you get a response back, hey, payment required, right? That attaches a Lightning invoice. Once you pay the Lightning invoice, you get like kind of like what's effectively a cookie. You can then access the website. So all of a sudden now you can do login without any email addresses, no passwords. You can basically have like an API monetized in real time, basically. You can have like a network of other individuals kind of like having this like function as a service type micropayment network. Like this is like, the future of computing, quote unquote, type stuff. Like, so it's what gets me really hyped.
Yeah, but I think like to go back to the infrastructure kind of like topic a bit, like there's like so much. It's like Apple Pay on wallet, like on your mobile phone, is kind of like in my mind like the best like mobile payment like stuff right now.
The user experience is just so clean.
Yeah, well, like you just like hit the button and then you click a button on the side and then it's like done, right? And like as far as I know, like we haven't really managed to like get that level of integration with like Lightning wallets like on mobile phones yet. Maybe soon. I don't know.
No, maybe soon. But I think also like I'd say probably in the past like 2 or so years, the Lightning wallets have gotten so much better, right? So like I think Phoenix definitely like led the way. The ASIC, the company, kind of like maximizing for user experience. Breeze is really great. Moon as well too. So I think now that we have like very good user experience in the wallets, basically as far as like sync times and just like kind of like reliability as well too. Now things can really start to take off.
Incredible. I'm just really excited by the possibilities. So we're coming up on time here, but I want to thank you guys all, not just for joining me on this panel, but for all the great things you're building. I'm really excited to be, working with you guys and the tech and helping with my little part of it and getting the chance to talk with you all. It's incredible.
Yeah, thanks so much.
So
thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's it.
Bitcoiners, welcome to a very special episode of the Bitcoin Magazine podcast. I'm sitting across from my stud colleague, Dylan LeClaire, and Dylan just talked to the man, Greg Foss. I remember I had Greg Foss on the FedWatch podcast, and he was dropping so much knowledge about how Bitcoin is this insurancy against sovereign debt, and how he, used that mental model in order to value Bitcoin today at over $150,000 a coin. I think Greg is the man. I know that you think very highly of him as well, Dylan. Why don't you give the listeners a little bit of a preview about what you guys talked about?
Yeah, me and Greg. I mean, Greg is so experienced in credit markets. He's been trading on the street for 30 years. We really just dug deep into why the system is irreversibly broken. The leverage in the system, why central banks can't allow it to unwind. We talk credit default swaps, Bitcoin as a solution to it all. Talk volatility, a little bit of trading strategy, and maybe maybe we leaked some alpha in the interview. So I think anybody tuning in is gonna thoroughly enjoy this one with Greg. He really knows his stuff, and it was awesome to pick his brain.
Yeah, I mean, I could second that again. Greg, I feel like he's really come out on the scene very quickly, but Bitcoin and Bitcoiners really believe in a meritocracy. And I feel like Greg's immediate recognition just kind of speaks to how much signal he's really pushing out. But with that being said, another place that, I've been personally working on increasing and amplifying the signals over at Bitcoin Magazine, bitcoinmagazine.com. Dylan, myself, a team of over 5, full-time hungry Bitcoiners are always constantly just trying to put the best inputs into Bitcoin Magazine and make sure that we're covering all the best news, covering all the best pleb posts, covering all the best just kind of like thought leadership in the Bitcoin space and doing Bitcoin justice. So if you're not already subscribed to Bitcoin Magazine, go to our website, subscribe to Twitter, subscribe to our newsletter, check out all of the amazing content that we're constantly pushing out. But until then, let's get into this awesome podcast with Greg Foss.
Hey guys, here with Greg Foss today. We're talking about Bitcoin in the macro environment leading up to Greg and the Bitcoin 21 discussion on the macro environment. So Greg, for those who don't know, you want to just give a brief introduction about who you are, your background, and your thesis in that awesome report you put up?
Sure. Well, hi everyone. My name is Greg Foss. I'm coming to you from Toronto, Canada. I have spent just over 30 years trading credit in my life. I was a high yield bond trader on both the buy side and the sell side of the street. The sell side is when you work for an investment dealer, like in the US, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. And then the buy side, I worked for 2 separate hedge funds where I became a client of the street. So I did a tremendous amount of trading with the likes of Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. Our hedge fund successfully navigated the great financial crisis in 2008, which was largely, as everyone knows, a credit event. And in 2016, I decided to retire from the hedge fund business. And since then, I've been, in 2016, I got introduced to Bitcoin. And since then, I've become a full-time Bitcoin student. I have never seen anything as cool in my whole life from both a technological perspective as well as a opportunity to fix the financial system and the shortcomings in the financial system as I've experienced them and as I see going forward.
Awesome. Yeah. So for those who haven't read your report, I think one of the things with understanding Bitcoin or understanding the value prop is kind of understanding how broken the financial system is and just like irreparably broken, right? And understanding credit is kind of a deep rabbit hole within itself. You wanna dig into a little bit about how or why it's so irreversibly broken?
Sure. So to start, I'm a mathematics guy. Everything I've studied and traded in my life typically is based on factual mathematics. As everybody knows, math is the base layer of language. In other words, whether you speak Chinese or Spanish, any other language in the world, everybody communicates in math as the base layer, and then the second layers are their native tongues. But I started as an engineer, studied in Canada, then went to the US and did an MBA in University, upstate New York, Cornell University. And I came back to Canada and I worked at Canada's largest financial institution. And I was quickly introduced to some of the shortcomings of the financial system. I was working for Royal Bank of Canada, and very, as honestly as I can say it, Royal Bank of Canada was insolvent. And that's a pretty eye-opening experience coming out of 2 years of business school and 4 years of undergrad, where you just are never taught any of these potential scenarios. Royal Bank of Canada was insolvent because it had lent too much money to lesser developed countries around the world. They were termed LDC. Primarily, though, those lesser developed countries were in South America. And the Royal Bank of Canada, if you had marked the value of the loans they made from the 100 cents on the dollar that they made the loans at down to the trading price of approximately 25 cents on the dollar, that mark-to-market loss would have vaporized their book value of equity. So that's the definition of insolvency. And Royal Bank of Canada was not alone. In fact, the entire global financial system was in the same shape. And therefore, Treasury Secretary Nicholas Brady in 1988 proposed what's called the Brady Plan, starting with the country of Mexico. And I had my job. I was working directly for the CFO. I had to come out just fresh out of school. I had to advise the bank as to what Brady Plan option we were going to take on $1 billion worth of Mexican debt. Now, $1 billion doesn't sound like a lot of money in today's day and age, but it was a lot of money back in 1988. And it was a big project for me. And, I was working directly for the CFO, and we made a decision to go 100%. We chose this PAR option. It was called the Brady PAR option. And everyone in the global banking system made their respective choice. And how it worked was, as opposed to taking a 5-year loan and having to write it down to market of 25 cents, Treasury Secretary Nicholas Brady very intelligently, together with his staff, determined a plan to change that 5-year loan into a 30-year obligation, and where the principal was backed by U.S. Treasury zero coupon debt. So the cool thing was, the banks did not have to write the loans down to market, because over a period of 30 years, the zero coupon portion of the guarantee would accrete to 100 cents on the dollar. It was a brilliant solution, a bit of accounting gimmickry, okay? And that's unfortunate. Well, it's not unfortunate. It was a very eye-opening experience for me. And I, from that day, was looking for a solution to what I term the fiat Ponzi. Okay, now that was back in 1988. I didn't become a gold bug per se. I understood the applications and appreciated the value and the stored value proposition for gold. But in 2016, I was introduced to Bitcoin. And from that day, I said, wow, this is the solution to how can people have confidence in the global banking system if it becomes insolvent. So the global banking system was insolvent in 1988. It was again insolvent in 2008 with the great financial crisis. And it's my opinion, in 2019-20, it was again insolvent if you were to market the value of the loans on the balance sheets of the big banks. Now, I'm not trying to start a bank run. I don't want hate mail. I just want people to understand that when you have a banking system that's levered like the North American and global banking system is, that being said, it's levered to the tune of 20 to 25 times. That means for every loan that's made, there's only 4 to 5 cents on the dollar that is comprised of risk absorbing equity, and the balance, i.e. 96 cents or 95 cents, is depositors' money. Depositors' money, whether it's from their own retail banking system or it's interbank deposits, or it's subordinated debt as part of their capital structure. The point is there's only 4 or 5 cents of risk absorbing capital. How can people have confidence in that system? Henry Ford said over 100 years ago, he said, if the common American understood how the banking system really worked, there'd be a revolution in the morning. And what it comes down to is that's the leverage that's in the banking system. It's always been there. People, though, have confidence to be the depositor because why? Well, there's a little bit of deposit insurance, that's for sure. But the reality is everybody feels the banks are too big to fail. And that leverage being too big to fail means on a regular basis, the Fed does have to step in and rescue the system. And certainly that happened in 2008, 2009. And unfortunately, what happens then is the leverage in the financial system gets transferred essentially to the leverage or to the balance sheets of the federal governments around the world. And that is the danger in the system. Leverage is always the danger in the system, and leverage unwinds are always the painful result of a market drawdown. And when leverage gets pulled out of the system, well, we've seen it on a regular basis. Prices essentially collapse. The system doesn't function anymore. When I say the system, i.e. new issue product is impossible to raise for CapEx. If companies wanted to raise money for in the public markets, the market's essentially shut. So that's the risk, Dylan. And I know the solution. I think that a lot of people know the solution. Some of them are afraid to admit the solution, i.e. they could still be in the legacy banking system. But the reality is that we have passed a point of no return because the total global debt divided by total global GDP is a factor of 4. Okay, total global debt is 4 times the denominator, which is global GDP. Now that's essentially your tax base. Well, let's put a coupon in the numerator, an average coupon in the debt of global debt. Let's call it 3%, which I think is a generously low coupon. And therefore, your debt balloon is growing at 4 times 3%, which is 12%. Means your denominator has to grow at 12% just to keep up with the organic growth of your debt balloon. That doesn't even include deficits that are added when governments say, well, we're just going to print another couple of $1 trillion. You know, the math is a certainty that fiats will debase because the only solution when you have a debt spiral, the only solution is to continuously print money. And when you continuously print new money to solve that equation, I call the fiat currency the error term. And that fiat currency as an error term will continue to debase. It's 100% certain. It's only based on mathematics. You can't fight math.
So to go back a little bit, you were talking about in the late 80s with the Brady plan and how basically there was too much debt, or the debt couldn't be repaid, so they lengthened the duration of the credit that had to be repaid. So since then, I guess just to put a little bit of context on it, around the world, but really, I guess the U.S. being the world reserve currency, I feel like also all the risk-free rates or the rates from other countries, you know, every credit rate in the world is kind of off of the U.S. Treasury, right. And so since 1981, but you know, there's been this 40-year secular trend of lower rates, right? So every time there was this sort of, you know, credit contraction,
yes,
what they did was they pushed down the discount rate. So now we hit zero, we hit the zero lower bound in the 08-09 crisis, right? And since then, we really haven't gotten off of it. And so, yeah, it puts us in the position we are in today, where there's really like the amount that we can kick the can is no, you know, we can't lower rates anymore. So yeah, just like I guess to quote one of your things that I thought was really interesting and telling in your piece was a bond investor doesn't really think how much can I make, it's more about how much can I lose. And so with rates at zero, I think, and you know, a lot of people don't understand credit, but with rates at zero, the how much can I make is almost nothing, and how much can I lose is everything. So yeah, I guess how are credit investors thinking about this environment?
It's a great question. So, you know, most credit investors have lived the 40-year bull market in bonds. When I say 40 years, you quoted 1981. When I first started trading, and I was trading before I got my first job, but when I first started trading, call it 1986, US 10-year interest rates were at 14%, okay? There's been a 40-year downtrend in interest rates. A lot of it's because Paul Volcker successfully snuffed out inflation in the early 80s. And that rate decreasing has been an evolution of lower and lower reported inflation. Nonetheless, rates did bottom out in the 10-year space, as you mentioned, about last February, just after COVID, at about 60 basis points. That's 0.6%. So interest rates have gone from 14% to under 1%. And bond math is quite simple. First of all, there are no true capital gains in bonds, even though the price does change. As interest rates go down, the price of your bond goes higher, everything else being equal. But what happens if you sell your bond at a higher price? All you have to are able to do is take those proceeds and reinvest them in a new bond with a lower coupon. So over time, you've pulled forward your returns by cashing in higher coupon bonds for lower coupon bonds. The lower coupon just reflects the open market yield. And now it works in the reverse, because not even concerning ourselves with the credit risk of the US Treasury, of which there is some, but most people don't even think along those lines. The flip side is you need to worry about bond prices going down as interest rates go higher. All right. And simple bond math, you can see it in action over the last year. 1 year ago, Dylan, they issued a 1.25% 30-year US Treasury bond, which 1 year later, there's 29 years remaining, but open market rates have gone from the 1.25% in the 30-year up to 2.5% in the 30-year. Well, that increase in rates has cost the 30-year bond from 1 year ago over 25 bond points, i.e. the bond trades under 75 cents on the dollar. It's been forever in my career, I mean forever, that you have seen a US Treasury bond lose 30% of its value. It hasn't happened. But what happens if rates going forward continue to rise? And I'm going to quote Ray Dalio here. You better learn bond math. That's not his quote. I'm saying you better learn bond math. And his quote was, I'd rather own Bitcoin than a bond. And I agree with his analysis. There is very little return left for the risk that's inherent in all all bonds, including corporates, high yield, mortgage-backed securities, the whole gamut. There is an incredible amount of pricing risk in those bonds that my generation has never experienced, because it's been 40 years since a bond manager has ever experienced that.
Yeah. So I guess kind of going off of that a little bit, right now we're kind of in this environment where consumer price index for the first time, and we can debate the merit of the CPI gauge. But consumer price index is starting to creep up, and just anecdotally, everybody, Google searches for inflation. Everybody's, the cost of living is rising. obviously, and it does. It takes a fool to not notice that. And you see a lot of people, or maybe sometimes occasionally someone will say, well, in the 70s, they raised interest rates, so why can't they do that again? But what I think, and you're explaining this quite well, just the amount of debt in the system,
correct,
compared to 1970 or 71 or after that, when we came off the gold standard and Volcker crushed inflation by raising rates to almost 20%. Right now, there's so much debt that, there is that bond math where if the 30-year or all this debt that's out there that needs to be rolled over, if rates rise, everything gets crushed because there is that like convexity from the zero lower bound up. So just like, and I guess maybe going off Dalio's, announcement yesterday, how much of, do you think that's a big deal in terms of sentiment, or, kind of echoing your thesis? Because a lot of people on Bitcoin Twitter or just in this space are ahead of Dalio, we've been saying this thing, but Dalio coming in, $140 billion hedge fund, legendary investor. He rode that risk parity trade for the last few decades. Do you think that has a huge impact on the market, or just, the overall thesis of Bitcoin?
Yes, absolutely. And so firstly, I'm going to tell you that Ray Dalio is one of the most astute investors of our time. Yes, that risk parity trade was brilliant. Essentially, for the listeners, what risk parity meant was that he would have a portfolio of debt and equities, and according to the vol of each of those asset classes, he would adjust his portfolio mix such that if he was long equities, his hedge was long debt as well. Because generally, if equities went down in price, when there was a drawdown in equities, interest rates would go lower, and in tandem, therefore, the price of bonds would go higher. And that risk parity allowed him to smooth out portfolio vol and offer large institutional investors a pretty formulaic return at lower combined risk or lower combined volatility. It's a brilliant trade. He built a massive hedge fund on the back of that, but even he would admit now, okay, yeah, I rode the 30-year interest rate from, now I'm going to assume he started managing money right around when I did, again, right around 14% down to under 1%. There's a lower bound on that. You would say interest rates can go through zero, which they have in Europe to the extent that I can never explain that, because if that was an asset at one point, because that's what a bond is in your portfolio, it is an asset. But once rates go below zero, they become a liability. What does that mean? Well, essentially, you're paying somebody to own that investment on your behalf. That's not an asset, that's a liability. So the reality is Ray has successfully navigated risk, built a huge business on it, and it is important to listen to very experienced people like him. But that's not a loud voice out there, Dylan. He understands the mathematics behind fiat debasing, because that's all a bond is a fiat contract. So let's say you make a contract where you're going to lend somebody $100 at time zero, and in $10, you want to get that $100 back together with a coupon that compensates you for the inflation risk and the credit risk of lending that $100. Well, you will, in the case of the US Treasury, very likely get your money back in 10 years, i.e. the credit risk on the US Treasury is extremely low. It's not zero, but it's extremely low. You'll get your $100 back in 10 years. The problem is the purchasing power of that $100, because it's a fiat, will have been meaningfully reduced. So you lend $100 at time zero. In 10 years, you'll be repaid your $100, but in present value terms, how much are you able to purchase with that $100 in 10 years? Substantially less than you would be able to purchase today. So you need to hedge that risk. That fiat debasing in a fiat contract is a certainty. We laid out the mathematics for that. You need to hedge that risk. And if you don't, well, the cycle continues where you are basically being taxed, right? That's what it is. It's a tax. and the government has fulfilled their obligation to pay you back the $100 that you lent them. But that tax is an implied devaluation, or not just implied, it's a devaluation of the principal amount that you lent them. And that's, that's the game. It's a very painful game, especially when interest rates are at close to zero, historical lows. So that's where we are. And the flip side of that is, and I'm going to quote Stanley Druckenmiller here. Stan Druckenmiller said the 10-year note should probably be around 3.5%. Right now it's at 1.6%, 160 basis points. It should probably be at around 3.5% if the US Federal Reserve was not in the market buying $120 billion worth of bonds a month. But if it even got to 3.5%, he said the US is in danger of losing their reserve currency status because 30% of Treasury revenues, tax revenues, would be used just to service the coupon on the debt, not paying down any outstanding debt, no, not paying any government programs, no, 30% of every dollar, 30 cents on every dollar would be used to pay down, or excuse me, to pay the coupon. That's at 3.5%. What happens if rates went back above 3.5%? And then the debt spiral just accelerates, okay? That's all it is. It's an acceleration of the debt spiral. DEBT spiral, we do not want it to become a death, DEATH spiral. We don't want that. What we do need is a parallel system in the form of Bitcoin, which will work as a store of value to protect you against that debasing.
So Greg, I have a question for you.
Sure.
I think I've heard you talk about this a little bit before with Preston or a couple other interviews. I think I've listened to mostly all of them, but so in these type of deleveraging events, right, where there is contagion in the credit markets, vol explodes, you have every risk manager going out and buying more protection, and it's this kind of, like you said in your paper, a negative feedback loop of risk. Like maybe what we saw last March, Bitcoin gets hit, and the narrative that was spewed out was because Bitcoin is this liquid global instrument, trades 24/7, and is quoted in nominal dollar terms. And so when there is this credit event where dollars are literally getting destroyed with how lending in the fiat system creates dollars and defaults or repayment destroys them, Bitcoin will get hit, in my guess, pretty hard. How do you think about that? And do you think at what point does a credit contagion event, at what point does Bitcoin not actually maybe get hit, but actually, explode upwards in that sort of event?
So that's a great question. And here's the reality is it's 12 years old, right? And so there's always two factors at risk. In a leverage unwind, what is a leverage unwind? Well, basically, it's when liquidity is being withdrawn from the system and your margin clerk comes over to you. You're running a hedge fund, you're using leverage, and sometimes you're not even using leverage, but your margin clerk comes over to you, or your cash clerk, and says, we're being redeemed. Okay, there's unit holders who want their money back. There's a panic in the system, and they want their money back. They just want to hold it, whether it's in their mattress or they think it's being held in a bank is the smart place to hold it. Long story short, that cash demand means you sell what you can, not always what you want to. You sell what you can, and sometimes that includes Bitcoin, particularly if Bitcoin has been a very strong performing asset in your asset mix. Sometimes your human nature is to crystallize those capital gains. So there is that pressure that happens. There's also the inexperience pressure, Dylan. It takes a long time for these narratives to take hold, where you shouldn't be selling this. You should actually be buying it at this point, but human nature, again, whether it's pushed by a margin clerk telling you, hey, Foss, it's time to raise some cash because we're being redeemed, or it's the human nature, sell your winners just because you can. But let's say in another 10 years, this narrative is really the reverse, where a contagion event would lead to more demand for Bitcoin. I think it's like everything. It's an evolution of thought, of education, of understanding that. Let's look back at that event in March. Like, it didn't stay down there for long. And yes, it was a precursor to the risk off trade, but wow, did it snap back quickly. And people will learn from that, that, hey, you shouldn't be selling something like that, when in fact, if the system, the fiat system, is unraveling to an extent, you actually want to rush for protection, meaning you want to own Bitcoin. You don't want to be selling your protection. If your house, if you've bought fire insurance and your neighborhood is burning down, you shouldn't run out and sell your fire insurance. Your house is probably going to burn down as part of the neighborhood. You should be owning more fire insurance. That's what Bitcoin is. It's insurance on the fiat system. So when the fiat system becomes shaky, the narrative will be, in the future, in my opinion, you need to own more insurance, not less. You don't sell your insurance. You want to buy more of it. And that, this is part of an education process. I could very well be wrong, but everything that I've learned in 30 years is you buy more of your insurance when your risk is increasing. And when your risk is increasing because of contagion, because the financial system has gummed up, you should run. So there'll be I can't say for sure how the playbook will work, but it would be my opinion, you should be running and selling your assets to hold cash. You should be selling other risk assets to own the insurance, which is Bitcoin.
Brilliant. So I have a kind of another question for you. So
Sure.
Thinking about kind of like Dalio, where he has this risk parity trade where if equities sell off, there is this kind of deleveraging event. The Fed or all the central banks of the world come in and inject liquidity, and they squash vol, and it pushes rates lower. Well, at the end of this paradigm, now we're at zero, and we know kind of Bitcoin is this insurance on the whole game. What do you think about, and this may be more sophisticated sort of trade, but pairing a decently sized Bitcoin position with some vol, where in this environment, like vol explodes, you now have some cash to go buy the dip. What do you like? Are you positioning yourself this way?
You're a very smart young man. Do you think Mr. Dalio's not doing this mental mathematics in his head? Do you think he has not done this in his own personal portfolio, and they're running, whether they're running real portfolios or model portfolios based off of these outcomes and sensitivity testing and doing, you don't just do backward testing, you do sensitivity analysis going forward. I promise you he is, okay? Why is he doing it? Because he's a pretty darn smart man. Yes, this is, you nailed it. I can't say it any better. So before, if his bucket trade was, between two silos, equities and bonds, well, let's just examine what he said. He said, okay, Bitcoin, I understand it. And then he said, I'd rather own Bitcoin than a bond. So did that mean he just took away that second silo and now it's equities and Bitcoin? I don't know. Doesn't matter. You can have more than 2 or 3 silos in a risk parity portfolio. Everybody should. Everyone thinks along the lines of your 60-40 model. The funny thing is, and 60-40 being 60% equities, 40% debt. Well, when yields are as low as they are, and think of your CalPERS at this point, okay? CalPERS, California California Public Employees Retirement System, I believe that's what CalPERS stands for, is the largest pension fund in the US, one of the largest, if not the largest. It has a target or prescribed rate of return of 8%, right? Well, think about it. 8% is a combination of 60% equity and 40% debt. Well, what is a proper return on the 40% debt in this yield environment? This is before defaults, but I'm going to throw out a number again, about 3%. So 3%. So 40% times 3% is 1.2%. That portfolio is getting from fixed income before defaults. So let's ignore defaults and just say, okay, 1.2% is coming from equity, from debt or fixed income. The flip side is 60% therefore has to make up the balance, which is 6.8% to get to your total 8% prescribed return, right? Well, what is 6.8% divided by 0.6? That's over 10 or 11% annualized return on equities for them to get their prescribed rate of return. What if, though, they threw in a third bucket, which is Bitcoin? And luckily, some smart academics have helped do that for us. Yale University has done that. And Yale has said, hey, guys, I don't care if you're a pension fund, if you're a family office, if you're a personal investor, you should own between 6 and 8% of your portfolio in Bitcoin to get optimal portfolio returns and actually reduce portfolio volatility. That's a big number coming from a smart, asset allocator, academic asset allocator, but boy, that's a lot of money that should flow into Bitcoin. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they tell you to take that 8% out of your fixed income bucket. So what would it mean? Well, maybe you've gone from 60-40 to 60-32 and 8, the third silo being Bitcoin. Hey, as a risk manager my whole life, I certainly understand the benefits of that. I guarantee you Mr. Dalio does. He's funny, right? Because he can't tip off the world that he wants to do it for his own fund. 140 billion, let's say he wants to do 10% in his portfolio. Well, let's do some mental math there. He needs to buy $14 billion worth of
that's moving the market.
Okay, well, especially because Elon bought 1.5 billion and the world went crazy. Like, can you imagine if Ray Dalio actually moved and came out and said, now, is he doing it behind the scenes? I bet you he's doing a little bit. I'm not going to tell people he's admitted he owns it personally. How about this though? I'm certain across the world's pension managers and central banks, somebody is doing it. And when that news comes out that somebody has reached their allocation and is prepared to announce it publicly, it's my opinion that it will start a chain reaction of closet indexers, I'll call them closet indexer funds, that will want to do the same thing.
Super interesting. Kind of similar to Dalio, you have renowned investor Michael Burry, who, funny enough, made a killing on credit default swaps in the 08-09 crisis, came out. And I think earlier this year, a couple months ago, he was making comparisons to Weimar and about, warning that hyperinflation, while it's not here, it may be coming. And there was an announcement the other day when his hedge fund disclosed their holdings that for the inflation bet, he was shorting treasuries. And so your kind of credit default swap thesis and model is based on the probability of a sovereign default and how much debt and unfunded liabilities there are, and kind of assigning a price for Bitcoin based on that. But I'm interested to hear if central banks come in and when they come in, when there is this next deleveraging and they monetize probably unfathomable amounts of debt and the balance sheets explode. While that, I think in nominal terms, treasury bonds will appreciate, the yields will get squashed, and maybe volatility comes back in. So I think like treasury bonds and shorting them based on inflation expectations is the right move if there was a free market. But
great question. Well, here's the
we're not in a free market.
We are not. That is correct. Michael Burry, I'm certainly not going to tell him, how to invest. I mean, we both lived the same side of the trade in 2008, 2009, meaning I owned more insurance on credit. Therefore, I would profit and our fund would navigate a credit induced event. The neat thing here, Dylan, that people have to understand is that a 10-year US Treasury rate is made up of two components. One is an inflation expectation, and the other one is a credit risk. And the whole basis of my career is when contagion happens in the market, it won't impact interest rate risk or inflation risk, but it does impact credit risk. Okay. If the CDS, the credit default spread, swap spread on the United States expands meaningfully because of a concern, not just in the United States, but globally, that sovereign credit is becoming a more risky asset class. And trust me, it's becoming more risky on a daily basis because people are doing the math that we already did. And if this was a corporate bond, I'm telling you, the credit ratings of the United States Treasury would be solidly junk bond credit ratings, but they have the ability to print money. So, but a contagious event could happen in, a G20 country like Turkey or Argentina, which are already being reflected in the credit default swap market. But the flip side is, what happens if it happens in a G7 country? What happens if Canada doesn't get our house in order? Our house is a mess right now, okay? We are in way worse shape than the United States. Our economy is just 1/10 the size of the US economy. Based on population, that's just how big we are. So we're about the size of California. I mean, a meaningful economy, but we're not diversified like the United States. And our credit default swap spread is meaningfully wider than the United States, despite the fact, strangely, well, strange is a reality, we have a higher credit rating by S&P than the United States has. But the CDS markets, which are truth, shows us to have the insurance premium on Canada's substantially wider than the US. In fact, Canada trades as a single A equivalent type of rating. All I would say is this: if Canada becomes meaningfully more distressed in the global credit markets, and eventually, and God forbid this happens, but eventually Canada does default, do you think that wouldn't have knock-on impacts on its largest or second largest trading partner in the world, which is the United States? Like, of course it would. And these types of contagion events cause credit spread widening. And when these spreads widen, interest rate in expectations or inflation expectations could be going in the other direction, but net, there might not be a change. I would argue, Michael Burry, it's funny that he's taking a negative view on the US Treasury inflation concerns, but he's not doing it in the CDS market, or maybe he is, and he's just not saying, hey, I'm not allowed to do it again because I did it so well in 2008, 2009, I might get thrown, to the dogs. The point is, you got to look at the two components of the 10-year yield spread. Again, one being inflation expectations and the other being credit risk. There is, with each successive, as I mentioned, the global financial crisis, all it did is take the over leverage of the financial system and transfer it to the balance sheets of the US Treasury and the other governments around the world. This will be reflected in wider yield spreads going forward. And that is where you have to look for the real free market evaluation of risk. That's the basis of my paper. That's the basis of my evaluation as to an intrinsic value of Bitcoin. And look, inflation expectations will just accelerate the debt spiral, right? Because the coupons will increase and your organic growth of your debt balloon will also expand more quickly, because a higher coupon, everything else being equal, requires more tax revenues to service that higher coupon. There's so many ways this could play out. All of them lead me to believe that you need to own Bitcoin as a hedge. I'll stress again, I don't want the system to fail. I believe there needs to be a parallel system, one which is a store of value called Bitcoin, one which is a currency which facilitates international trade, all the things that currencies are good at. And let's be honest too, if the government wants to print more money as a short-term solution to ease social burdens, that's okay. You can never print yourself to prosperity. That is a mathematical certainty. but can it ease the bumps along the road? There's no question it can. I mean, did the Fed do the right thing in 2019, 2020? In my opinion, yes, they did the right thing, but the costs of it will be borne on future generations, and that's what you need to hedge.
Dual question for you. So one is, and I think you just maybe answered it. If you were a central banker, head of the Fed or the ECB, what would you be doing, if anything, differently? And two is, what are your thoughts on the recent kind of development over the last year of foreign central banks and nations being net sellers of treasuries for the first time in almost 4 decades? And what are the implications of that for the dollar as a reserve currency?
So I'll answer your second question first. I'm just going to go to Stan Druckenmiller, who honestly is another absolutely phenomenal global macro investor. Another one, I don't say like myself, I mean like a Ray Dalio type. Okay, you got to listen to these people. I'm not the one that say that within 15 years the U.S. is at risk of losing its global reserve currency status. That was Stan Druckenmiller that said that. What are the pre-indications of something like that happening? Yeah, you start selling down your reserve, your Treasury, U.S. Treasury holdings. You start planning as a central banker from another country. You'd be smart to do that. You'd be smart to increase your store of values. Canada has no gold left. In 2016, I think we sold all our gold. And okay, so I'm going to move to your first question. What would I be doing as a central banker? Let's assume that I actually wanted that job, which I promise you I don't want. What would I be doing as a central banker? I wouldn't have been selling my gold, okay? I will call them out for that. And what else might I be doing? What do you think else I might be doing? I might be looking for other store of value assets that would replace the US as reserve asset, okay? And this is part of my thesis as well. When energy markets become priced in Bitcoin, there will be a natural movement away from the US dollar as reserve asset as well, okay? Not only will it be a reserve currency move away, but also as a reserve asset. And digital energy, which is Bitcoin, it just seems logical to me that oil and other energy should be priced in Bitcoin. If a natural resource rich nation like Russia is selling their valuable natural resources for US dollar fiat, that's not a good trade. But what if they were selling it for digital energy, Bitcoin? That's sort of a smart trade, in my opinion. You sell natural energy for digital energy. Digital energy is Bitcoin, which is a store of value or a technology that will reward you in the future for your work or time or energy expended today that you want to consume in the future. This is the first law of thermodynamics for all engineers. It rings true. You don't only have to listen to the smartest guy in this room, which includes the Bitcoin room, which is Michael Saylor. All due respect to the other very smart people in this room, but Michael Saylor got it. And not only did he get it in size, he explains it so eloquently, right? So do I ever want to be a central banker? Gosh, it's not an easy job. Would I want to be a central banker so that I could help future generations of Canadians? Because I think that the corner that we've painted ourselves in right now is there's very few solutions. Yeah, I would take that job. It would be a very difficult job, but it would include, and I'd have to have a mandate of open thinking, open-minded thinking that allows you to reverse some of the dumb policies that you've been enacting in the last few years, including selling all of our gold, including some of these statements by federal politicians in Canada. The budget will balance itself. Okay, that was by our prime minister. If you were a CEO of a company that said that to his stakeholders, I don't know. He shouldn't be in that. That CEO should not be in that position very long, because budgets don't balance themselves, Mr. Prime Minister. Okay. And this is very, very concerning for future generations of Canadians. And so I wouldn't want the job, Dylan. I would take it because I think that there's not enough smart thinkers up on Parliament Hill in Canada. I do have a conservative guy that I would put in that chair. I think a lot of people know who I may be talking about. He gives me hope that there are some rational minds in the House of Commons in Canada. This is not a drill, ladies and gentlemen. It's mathematics. It's not about a popularity contest. Printing money is a pretty certain way of getting more votes than someone who goes up there and says, I'm not printing any more money, and plus I'm going to double your taxes. Well, it's too late. Even if you doubled our taxes, it doesn't solve the mathematical problem. So, but pretty sure the guy that's going to print more money has a better chance of running or gaining a second term of office, right? Yep. So you have to balance that against the discipline that's required in a central banking function. Maybe I could get you and Will Clement to be the kids that run these types of things. I'm too old for that, but you know what? I do still care about as much about the future as you two guys do. So
appreciate the kind words. All right, I think I'll ask you one last question, and then we can wrap it up.
All right.
Do you expect any? Well, maybe it's the Dalio types, but maybe on the corporate side, do you expect more Michael Saylors who see this opportunity and lever up with basically negative yielding debt, at zero coupon, and Saylor offered convertible notes, but really just speculative attacking the dollar, seeing the opportunity cost of acquiring Bitcoin as an asset versus, melting ice cube bonds as a liability. Do you think we're going to see more of that in 2021 or into the future? Because someone like, you can fiat is created through lending, right? It's created through credit, and so I think maybe as the system starts to unwind, or if Bitcoin starts to really explode, it's probably on the back of maybe a commercial bank, but there's a lot of regulations there, but maybe some funds that borrow $10 billion at near nothing.
Gosh, it would be the greatest trade ever. All right. There's been the book is, there's been titles of that book, The Greatest Trade Ever, right? It typically goes in the opposite direction, meaning, the greatest trade ever, you're short, you've purchased protection, you're short the market, you're long volatility. Those tend to be the greatest trades ever because, vol will tick down for 5 years, but then when it spikes, the expression is you take this, you take the staircase down and you take the elevator up, right? I mean, that's what vol does. So you take the staircase down, you take the elevator up. And when you're long vol, and the elevator goes up, you saw what Bill Ackman was able to accomplish by being long default protection on an index of corporate bonds in the United States. It basically hedged his entire equity exposure, and he crystallized a huge capital gain by astutely purchasing default insurance before the word got out that, wow, things are really going to get ugly, right? So that's what smart managers are paid to do, is anticipate the future and try and anticipate the future, but also pay a reasonable price for the insurance. So, here's what I do know. There are a lot of smart CFOs in the global credit capital markets, okay? And a smart CFO that takes the opportunity to borrow it at historically low rates and fix the term, meaning you're not just borrowing for a few months, you're borrowing for 10 years or so. You lock in your term, you can take the proceeds of that debt financing that you've undertaken, and you can do it whatever you want. I mean, under the veil of general corporate purposes, if that means using it for Bitcoin and acquiring Bitcoin for your treasury, yeah, there's guys that need to be doing this math. Mr. Saylor did it with a convertible note and essentially reduced that coupon down to 0. What would his coupon have been if he didn't use a convertible note, meaning convertible into equity? It probably would have been around, I'm going to guess around 2% over US Treasuries. It would have been a spread of 2% over US Treasuries. So, there's different ways of accomplishing getting money in the door at a fixed rate, whether it's with straight debt or convertible debt. But then the key thing is, what do you do with it? And yeah, I think there's people that should be doing it. Should a country do it, Dylan? Yeah. In my opinion, yeah, countries should do it. They're not knocking on my door to be the central bank governor of Canada, and I'm sort of happy about that. But listen, I would, I've spent my whole life trading credit. I do know that when the perception of risk is lowest, meaning spreads are as narrow as they are right now, actual risk is highest. Okay, and the flip side is, when the perception of risk is highest, meaning vol is trading at, above 70% annualized and nothing works. And well, actual perception of risk is highest, but actual risk is lowest, meaning prices have already fallen to levels that are now compensating you on a go forward basis for the risk that you're taking at that time. So it's always a game of, there's an expression, you can't suck and blow at the same time. But what you got to be able to do is take advantage of what the markets are giving you at various times. And right now, the markets are flush with liquidity. People are reaching for yield. If you're a CFO, you should take that liquidity advantage. You should issue term debt. And part of your use of proceeds, in my opinion, whether it's 6% of those proceeds or, whatever percent it is, you put some of it in Bitcoin or all of it. That's a pretty smart use of proceeds. And I would not just advocate it for the CFOs of publicly or privately traded companies. I would advocate it for CFOs of your personal finance, i.e. you, Mr. and Mrs. Jones. Well, you're the CFO of your family household. You should be doing the same. Whether you actually borrow the money or you just have cash on hand, don't keep a store of value. Don't use cash as a store of value. Cash is for liquidity, but take some of that cash if you're using any of that cash as a store of value, that's not the proper use. Flip it into something that is a store of value. And Bitcoin belongs in that general basket. I'm going to quote Robert Breedlove here. He believes there's $250 trillion in the world that are a store of value asset. So what would that be? It'd be like real estate, right? Gold, fine art, all of that stuff adds up to 250 trillion. And Bitcoin's still under $1 trillion. It's 1/250th of the store of value assets in the world. Good Lord. If you're a risk manager, or if you're a guy that plays, one of these things is not like the other, right? What are you going to do? You go to the one that's less than $1 trillion. Plus, it's the most beautiful technology you've ever seen in your life. It's transferable, divisible, help me out here. Transferable, divisible, portable, everything that you love about Bitcoin. Scarce. Oh, thank you for that one. I mean, it's 21 million math and code, and it's less than $1 trillion. And the total of that pie in the world right now is US dollar 250 trillion. Oh,
it's like what Paul Tudor Jones said. It's
you bet on the fastest horse. So yeah, you always do probabilities. You don't put it 100% in. You play probability. You do expected value analysis. Number go up. Probability number go up is high. It's not certain, but it's greater than 0 that the number go up technology will overcome some of these short-term volatility, some of these short-term FUD that we're experiencing right now. I'm looking forward to the Bitcoin conference to learn more, to meet young kids like yourself that see the future and want to make the world a more egalitarian place. also a more exciting place. The number of things that can be built on the Bitcoin blockchain going forward, the number of applications, layer 2, the Jack Mahlers of the world, layer 3, eventual smart contracts being built on the Bitcoin blockchain. This is so good for my kids. Why? Because the stuff that I have left them, me being part of society for the last 30 years that has done nothing but increase the debt, and I'm going to pass this on to my kids. I don't feel that good about my generation pulling forward all future benefits to my generation at the expense of my kids. I better do something to try and help my kids overcome that math. And this is going to be my part, which is for the rest of my life, I am going to be dedicated to the Bitcoin community to try and right a wrong that has happened for the last parts of my life. The wrong being, hey, let's just keep printing fiat. It solves problems, but it's not a store of value solution. So 2 parallel systems. We don't need to hope that one system breaks to the benefit of the other. The 2 systems should exist in parallel. People should be educated about it. We haven't even touched on the energy FUD, but all of this comes back to the first laws of thermodynamics, the rule of conservation of energy. I'm looking forward to the future, or helping the future for my kids, for young kids like you, Dylan. I'm looking forward to your leadership, and very much looking forward to meeting a bunch of people in Miami, because I've learned a ton from the community.
Greg, I really appreciate you coming on. Miami's gonna be a hell of a time. We'll have to catch up and grab a beer together, and I might have to go and hedge with some vol. I might have to go grab a little bit of protection.
Well, it's you got to own, credit.
Got the Bitcoin part covered.
Well, here's the neat thing though. When you are long credit, you're short volatility. So think of all the credit managers in the world that are short vol. Why is there such a puke when vol spikes? Because everyone's shorted, so it's running in their face. They're getting crushed on all angles. It's always nice to have things that actually benefit from expanding vol. And over time, that will be Bitcoin. In the short term, are we certain that there couldn't be a strong correlation and a risk-off trade? We discussed that. Long term, let's talk in 20 years. Okay, we'll rerun our correlation analysis in 20 years. I think there'll be some substantially different opinions. And this will be left to the guys like you. In 20 years, I won't even know how to use an HP12C. I bet you don't even know what an HP12C is. Hey, I want to show you one thing really cool. This is an HP12C. This was the financial calculator that I grew up using. I happened to go, stay with me for 1 sec. Are you guys still here? My granddad had this thing in his office. Okay. This thing is a mechanical calculator. It's called the Curta. Okay. This is a salt or pepper grinder mechanical calculator. You can do square root functions on this. 1955, Kurt Herzog, I think that's his last name. In the Second World War, he was interned in a concentration camp. He was an Austrian Jew who was interned in the concentration camp and was working on his project, but he didn't tell the Germans his all of his secrets, because they figure there's a chance that if he had taken his mathematical calculations using this calculator or some generation of that in the Second World War, they could have changed the gyroscopes on their V2 rockets, and it could have changed the war, because the V2 rockets were just coming in. This was extremely good technology that the Germans had. Their aim wasn't that precise, but the technology of sending a rocket across the English Channel to bomb England. Well, this guy didn't give this technology to the Germans. He went on, and in 1955, this was the mechanical calculator. Okay, so look, 1955.
You still with me?
Yep.
Wait, just
Okay, I'm back. 1955. This calculator was 1985. Okay, that's the HP 12C. 30 years later, 30 years after this, what do we have? It's called Bitcoin, knuckleheads. It's called Bitcoin. Okay, the most beautiful financial innovation that I've seen in my lifetime. Okay. And this was my granddad's, this is mine. And what are my kids going to be using? Well, you just picked it up. Okay. That is how things change over time. And yeah, you should look this up on YouTube. This was the coolest thing. It can do square roots.
Fascinating.
It is fascinating. Okay. And that's what we have. So keep studying math and keep appreciating the technological advances of civilization.
Bitcoin's a beautiful thing. I think on that note, we'll close this up. Thank you, Greg. Really appreciate your time.
It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me. I'll see you in Miami.
See you next week.
Bitcoiners, welcome to this special panel and Bitcoin Magazine podcast. This one was with an incredible panelist, our crew. This was Cathie Wood, the founder of ARK Invest, and Anthony Scaramucci, the founder of Skybridge and Skybridge Bitcoin. I'm CK Snarks. I'm joined with my talented co-host, Dylan LeClaire at BTCization, head of research at Bitcoin Magazine. This was an epic conversation, and this was brought to you by Bitcoin 2021. This is the first virtual teaser content that's going out before the conference. You are viewing this right before the event, and the event is happening on June 3rd, 4th, and 5th in Miami, Florida. We are going to be live streaming all the amazing content at the event over at Bitcoin Magazine YouTube and at Bitcoin Magazine and at the Bitcoin Conference on Twitter. Check out the conference if you cannot be there. And if you are lucky enough to already have a Bitcoin 2021 ticket, you better check it out. You better enjoy the weekend. It is going to be the most incredible weekend of Bitcoining in history. It's going to be the biggest event of Bitcoin's history. And we are looking to crush it here at Bitcoin Magazine and set everyone up for getting excited about Bitcoin 2022. So if you can't be at Bitcoin 2021, have no fear. Bitcoin 2022 tickets will be available as soon as Bitcoin 2021 is over, and you're definitely not going to want to miss it. We had such an incredible time talking to Cathie and Anthony. Dylan, I'm sure this was a dream come true for you. How was it talking about institutions in Bitcoin with these two heavy hitters?
Yeah, I mean, these guys have a lot of experience, in the space. Cathie's been all over Bitcoin with ARK since 2014. Anthony's somewhat of a recent entrant into the space, but he has a long history with Skybridge, and they're really just two bright minds in the forefront of this monetary revolution. So it was awesome to sit down and pick their brain and see what they thought about the current landscape in Bitcoin.
All right. Well, hey, let's not keep the listeners waiting. Let's get into this amazing conversation with Anthony and Cathie. Bitcoiners, I am extremely thrilled to introduce this Bitcoin 2021 inspired panel, The Institutional Landscape for Bitcoin. I'm sitting here with two innovators and trailblazers in their own right in the Bitcoin and investing world. I'm sitting across from Cathie Wood and Anthony Scaramucci. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm CK. I am the managing director at Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by Dylan LeClaire, who is our head of research. And we're going to be asking these two amazing guests some questions about the institutional landscape and macro around Bitcoin. And yeah, let's just get started. I want to introduce Cathie Wood, the founder of ARK Invest. Cathie, why don't you kind of give us just a quick intro to your place in Bitcoin and how ARK views it?
Okay, well, I started ARK in 2014 to focus exclusively on disruptive innovation. And of course, blockchain technology, cryptocurrencies, crypto assets are some of the most disruptive innovations taking place today. We took our first position. In fact, I think we were the first public asset manager to gain exposure to Bitcoin in our 40 Act funds, very highly regulated, through the only thing we could buy at the time, and it was GBTC. And it wasn't even at a premium, it was roughly at par. That was when it was at $250, a market cap of $6 billion. And our conviction in it, though it has been volatile, surely, our conviction in Bitcoin has only increased over the years. And I think the big exclamation point for me in the early days was my mentor, Art Laffer, a global monetary scholar. His mentor was Robert Mundell, who won a Nobel Prize for his monetary economics. As he and we were collaborating, Chris Bernisky at the time, on a white paper, the light bulb went on for both of us. And I said, Art, how big could this be? And he said, well, how big is the US monetary base? And at that time, it was $4.5 trillion. Today, it's closer to $7.5 trillion. And so we ran with it and haven't regretted it for 1 minute since.
Wow. What an intro. And honestly, you have been trailblazing in Bitcoin for a long time, and that's an amazing story. So thank you for sharing that, Cathie. Anthony, welcome to the panel. Same question to you, sir.
Well, the right answer is that I'm doing whatever Cathie Wood is doing. That's the right answer, okay? But the more analytical answer for us is, I actually was introduced to Bitcoin by the Winklevoss twins at our SALT conference way back in 2014. And I have to be candid with you guys. I started out as a skeptic, having been steeped in value investing and followed around the likes of Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett. I had a degree of caution, but what I did say to Cameron and Tyler at that time, if this was scaling pursuant to Metcalfe's law, if it was really going to reach some level of escape velocity, it would be something that I would look at. Now, I want to fast forward to my disastrous White House experience. When I came out of the White House and got blown into Pennsylvania Avenue, the first thing I did was buy the URL skybridgebitcoin.com. Why? It became very clear to me in my short stay in Washington that we would eventually be digitizing our currency, the US dollar, other currencies would be digitizing. No, the government wasn't saying anything about it at the time, but you could get the sense from a regulatory perspective of where things were going to be moving in terms of the efficiency of it and the disintermediation properties of it. And so it became clear to me that Skybridge needed to have a Bitcoin presence. But I have to confess to you that I was still very cautious. And so I had a checklist, and there were three things on the list. Number one, were there at least 100 million users, or could I attribute 100 million people in the Bitcoin network? Number two, what was the regulatory landscape, particularly here in the United States and in the Western democracies? Was it going to be accepted? And clearly here in the US, we tax it as an intangible, which I think is a beneficial form of taxation. And then the third thing, which was equally important to the other two, was the storage. If I was going to put $500 million of my client's capital in Bitcoin, which we we have. And by the way, if you had asked me this question a few weeks ago, I would have said it was $750 million of capital, but we have a half a million, 500 million now, a half a billion. Can I store it? Can I store it safely? And are there vehicles, whether it's NYDIG or Fidelity, places where I can safely store it in a cold storage setting where there's layers of insurance? And so once those criteria were met, shortly after Michael Saylor waded into Bitcoin, we started buying our first coins back in the October time frame. We spread it across our business line after we got SEC approval, or at least we notified the SEC that we're doing that. And then we launched our Bitcoin limited partnership in January, which is Bitcoin specific. So there's about 100 million in that, and there's about 400 million across our products.
Amazing. All right. Well, thank you both for that introduction. And again, I think you both have awesome stories to attribute to Bitcoin, which is it kind of gives some personality to getting into the asset class. I think everyone kind of has their own story, and it's really awesome to hear both of yours. I want to talk about the volatility. Anthony, you alluded to, your clients' money that has been exposed to Bitcoin, is a little bit off of its peak of the high 60s. Can you kind of talk a little bit about volatility, how your clients react to it, how Skybridge reacts to it, and yeah.
Well, this is something actually I'm going to talk briefly like Kathy speak, because I've learned a lot of this from Kathy's writings. If you are in a new asset class and you're in something that's this disruptive, that is scaling, well, you're going to have a volatility curve to that. Amazon, as an example, a $10,000 investment in its IPO May 15th, 1997, worth $21 million today, but you had to subject yourself to 8 periods of time where it was down at least 50%, in one case 85%, and yet if you held on and Amazon did reach its arc pursuant to Metcalfe's law in terms of its scalability, becoming a fully embraced retail network, you had to go through that volatility. Same with Facebook, same with Google. So we sized this appropriately for our clients with this sort of walk away mentality, where if we had to mark our position to zero, we were still comfortable with the rest of our assets. And of course, if we're right, we have enough of it on where it'll have a big impact for our client portfolios.
Yeah, I agree with Anthony. We are long-term in our focus. Keep your eye on the prize. And I do think in the short term, what has happened here, one of the things that's happened is reminiscent of the beginning of 2017, when China shut down all of its exchanges and the Bitcoin's price collapsed. And anyone who bought on that enjoyed one of the most magnificent runs during 2017. Because what we learned is, fine, China shuts down its exchanges and the activity moves to Japan, Korea, Thailand, almost seamlessly. And when people looked around and said, okay, nothing happened there, this just shifted. And we think the same will be true of mining, by the way, and therefore mining will be more transparent than it is in China right now. I think ESG is the second reason that it has gone down. Environmental, social, governments, primarily environmental. How is Bitcoin mined? A lot of institutions are asking that question, and ESG has become a very important strategy, especially in Europe, increasingly in the United States. And this was one more risk that it was going to keep institutions from migrating into this new asset class. This is a new asset class. And from 10, 11 years worth of data, we can see the low correlation of returns compared to other assets. Institutional investors have to consider this because certainly their competitors are, as another form of diversification and opportunity. And I think this put that off for a moment. But I think that the spotlight on the environment is going to cause something really interesting to happen here. We just wrote a paper with Square about the ramifications of putting Bitcoin mining into a solar power wall merchant power ecosystem so that it could absorb all the extra energy coming from the sun after the battery, the power pack is filled up. That would add a new dimension of economics to this ecosystem and would encourage homeowners and utilities to add more solar to their own ecosystems than otherwise would be the case. So it's actually going to accelerate the movement into renewables. I think that's what's going to bring institutions back. And I think Elon Musk highlighting, is this a risk that I have considered adequately as I put Bitcoin on my balance sheet, my firm's balance sheet? I think he's going to be a part of the solution. So we think what has happened here is actually going to turn into good news.
And I just want to add something, if you guys don't mind. You had $1 trillion+ taken out of the marketplace if you factor in all the altcoins, what happened to Bitcoin. And yet I want you to think about the power of decentralized finance. If that would have happened to the banking system, or if that would have happened in 2008, we would have been awash in a crisis, a stock market crisis. The Fed would have had to come in with the cardiac pumps and clamps and jammed hundreds of billions of dollars into the economy. And so when you think about the shock of losing $1 trillion of value, and yet the system cleared itself beautifully. And so in a very weird way, there's an anti-fragility to what took place over the last 2 or 3 weeks. Kathy, do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I was keeping very close contact with my friends in the DeFi space, particularly venture funds deeply involved in it, and monitoring. And it seemed to go pretty flawlessly. Of course, there are some bankruptcies out there, and businesses that are not going to exist. But this is the natural clearing process. If you want to take on that leverage, that's the kind of risk you're taking, and just know that. So I think each one of these corrections, certainly the coronavirus was a battle test, and now this one is a battle test. I think each one brings with it improvements in governance, but also proves out, as Anthony says, how robust this decentralized ecosystem is.
Hey, Anthony, I would like to ask you a question, and it's kind of coupling off what you guys were just talking about the robustness of Bitcoin through the volatility. What was the institutional reaction from, at first, Elon's tweets, which seemingly bullish or bearish move the market, and Bitcoin, just like any other asset, is trading at the margin, right? The price is set at the margin short term, especially with these derivative markets. What was the reaction to that? Near $1 trillion asset class is being sent up or down depending on one man's tweets, and how did you respond to those questions?
So look, I think I have an interesting vantage point, and I know Kathy has perhaps a different perspective. I have 34 hedge fund managers in my core fund, which is about $9 billion, including people like Dan Loeb that are now Bitcoiners. I've got a tracking of about 1,200 funds that our research department here tracks. And then, of course, we have the SALT conference, where we probably have had 100 or so thousand people over 10 years traffic through the conferences or the SALT Talk series, et cetera. So we're doing a lot of surveys, a lot of analytics. Again, this is just my opinion, and it's probably a sample that's biased. I don't think there's a lot of institutions that are heavily invested in Bitcoin. Now, Kathy's a large institution. She's invested. Are there disruptive institutions that are invested? Yes. But I don't even think we're in innings. When somebody asks me a baseball metaphor, what inning are we in? I don't even think we've left spring training yet. We can forget about the innings. We haven't even got to the stadium yet in terms of where we're going to be and in terms of the ultimate saturation. So I would say that these price shocks, if you will, are probably bigger speed bumps for the staid institutions. And I'm going to take Kathy down the road of FUD for Amazon. How many institutions over 20 years hated on Amazon, didn't believe its story, couldn't believe that it had a market cap larger than Sears, back in 1999, had no earnings, no discernible earnings, and yet it sits here today as this great colossus, and Jeff Bezos as the richest person on planet Earth. And so the point I'm making is maybe Kathy sees it differently, but I think the institutional demand was starting. I think it has stopped. I think it will eventually start again. The institutions are going to get pulled into this thing the way Morgan Stanley got pulled into it. How did Morgan Stanley get pulled into it? In my opinion, the clients pulled Morgan Stanley into it. They said, hey, you know what? I got to have this on my platform. Otherwise, the clients are going to migrate to some other firm. And so therefore, I need to have this at the buffet table. And so we're not there yet with any level of institutional saturation. And in my opinion, there lies this unbelievable opportunity.
Yeah, I can echo what Anthony is saying. I will say we heard that some institutions were taking advantage of this 50% drop in the price. They had been worried about top ticking. And I think they believe that half of the solution is understanding the problem in terms of ESG and just putting a spotlight on it. So I think some institutions have been opportunistic, but not very many. I think this was more of a showstopper, at least temporarily, for a lot of institutions. In terms of the idea that one person's tweet could cause this amount of damage, well, we've been involved with Tesla, you might know, for a very long time, and we are getting used to this and use these opportunities as you know.
Do you think he was smoking a blunt while he was sending out those tweets? I'm just asking for us.
No, I think he was probably just after a call with Larry Fink at BlackRock, who's his number 3 shareholder, who's all about climate change, and probably set off some of this furor, if I had to guess. And there are also in the top of the league tables in terms of owners of Tesla, there are a lot of European institutions. And again, very high sensitivity, probably more than Elon could have imagined before he committed and his team committed to Bitcoin.
I think this is a good transition point to, talking about the ESG component of, what Bitcoin means for the environment. Personally, for me, I kind of agree with you, Kathy, that I believe that Bitcoin unlocks a opportunity and incentive to build out green tech, to build out energy infrastructure in general, and kind of localize and make it more robust. We saw, earlier this year how fragile the energy infrastructure in the U.S. is. I live in California. It's been on fire for a long time. I'm sorry, this background is appropriate. We saw what happened to Texas. Like, there's a lot of room for improvement here. And I think Bitcoin can help with that. If you look at the energy mix based on, let's call it Bitcoiners' estimates, Bitcoin is 30% renewable, which is better than any state or the world. I'm just kind of curious, does Bitcoin even deserve this ire?
Well, it's interesting. On Friday, a company called Talon Energy announced that it was doing an equity offering. It was going to try and get $800 million done, 300 million of which would go to data centers for Bitcoin mining. This is a merchant power producer. And so I thought, wow, there are already companies that are starting to run with this model. And we know in China, the renewable percentage is somewhere between 40 and 60%. So again, making your point. I think a bigger point that needs to be made is that progress takes energy. And it seems as though any lightning rod involving, in this case, it was coal in China, is going to turn back the clock. But we really need to keep moving forward. This is progress. As Anthony mentioned, to a DeFi system that does not fall apart after assets are cut in half. That's a pretty powerful source of progress, I think, from a financial system point of view. And I think just, again, the notion that Bitcoin mining could actually help renewables proliferate faster than otherwise would be the case, I think is going to win the day here, and that ESG will not be as much an issue as people think going forward.
Anthony, do you want to have a hand at that?
I guess the only thing I would add, it's probably obvious, but I think it's worth restating over and over again, is if you think about the DeFi, the decentralization, the disintermediation, and then you think about the carbon emission of a bank branch and the tellers that have to drive to the bank branch, and then the customers that have to drive to the bank branch, and that branch has to be cooled off in the summer and heated up in the winter. And then you take a step back and you look at the fact that Bitcoin right now is 0.13% of global emissions. What are the global carbon emissions of banking? And so I'm not trying to be critical of banks. Obviously, I have a lot of friends that are bankers and all that other stuff. But if we're right, and Kathy's vision is right, well, then the carbon emission is going to go way down as a result of this new technology that we're going to use in terms of transferring value. And since Kathy didn't mention it, I want to mention it. Her report with Square, I think, is the seminal report on where things are and the possibilities of greening the society. And so when people are critical, I would reference Kathy and Jack Dorsey and the guys at Square and the report that they put out, because I think it's a brilliant explanation of where we are today and where we're going and the endless positive possibilities. So I want to applaud Kathy for putting that report out.
Thank you, Anthony. And of course, yes, Sina Elmandra, Sam Corris, Brett Winton at ARC really worked very intensively with Square. I think starting before Elon, no, most certainly before Elon's tweet. And it was because of that we rushed it out. And I think you're going to see a lot more from us and others around this topic in the next few months to really help institutional investors understand how misplaced this argument ultimately will be relative to, as Anthony said, the way traditional financial services work in terms of energy consumption, as well as gold mining as well, store of value. So yes, we can do those comparisons. They didn't seem to work for a while there until now we've got this analysis saying, wait a minute, this movement could help accelerate the shift into renewables. So very, very exciting about that.
Switch it up a little bit. Kathy, I was going to want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the probability of a Bitcoin ETF being approved, as well as the recent kind of turmoil with the GBTC discount? I think right now it's around 3%, but for a while there, it was touching around minus 20%.
25%.
Yeah. And I imagine a lot of institutional capital attempting this arbitrage trade with the 6-month lockup, as well as GBTC in your fund was taking a hit. How did you manage that, and what were your thoughts when the discount was deeply negative?
Sure. Well, we did buy some, so I'll say that, but we do believe Grayscale when it says that it has every intention, when the SEC allows, regulators allow, to convert into a Bitcoin ETF. And it does seem, with Gary Gensler now heading the SEC, that we're closer. Many people will say, oh, no, this volatility has really thrown that off. And, I think this volatility is almost good news, because it is a lesson. Hey, this is a volatile asset. As long as investors describe it accurately, or asset managers describe it accurately as, very volatile, although the volatility, if you look long-term, is coming down. It's still very volatile. I do believe this notion of a super cycle would never have another 50% correction. That's out the window. That's good. That is really good because regulators don't like any guarantees like that. So you've got that one out the window. You've got the price lower, so individuals won't be top ticking in the mid 60s, right? Much better price here. And you've got two people, well, many people at the SEC, but two in particular, Gary Now, who is an advocate of its place in the financial world, as well as the director of research at the SEC, who was promoted and now reports directly to the SEC chairman, in this case, Gary Gensler. So the SEC has placed a high priority, and we know in the last 4 years, since their first request for information, and we did send a response. We felt at that time, 4 years ago, we weren't ready from a liquidity point of view. I think that has changed, and I think the SEC's knowledge is terrific. I think there are a lot of, they've investigated every nook and cranny. So I think we're much closer.
Anthony, same question to you, sir.
Well, we have our own fund. We applied for an ETF. I think that's the most I can say about it. As it relates to Grayscale, it would be remiss of me not to say that that is not attractive here. Because as Kathy is pointing out, assuming that an ETF is approved, you'll unleash a lot of that discount. Now, the one issue with Grayscale, though, is that it does oscillate. It'll trade to a premium and it will trade to a discount. And so today, I think it's a buy, but I didn't set our fund up that way because my attitude was on day one, I just wanted our clients to be long the strike of Bitcoin, and when they wanted to get out, they would sell Bitcoin at whatever its NAV was or the price of Bitcoin on that day. Having said that, I want to applaud Grayscale for being visionaries in this space, and I think that when you're talking about the legs of the stool that brought Bitcoin to where it is today, I think Grayscale has got to be one of the very big legs of that story. So I'm grateful to those guys. And I think I learned something from the Bitcoin community that I like a lot. I don't like throwing A's and tomatoes at people that are in the Bitcoin space with me.
Yeah. And I would agree with that. We met Grayscale very early on, actually through Twitter. Michael Sonnensheim, who heads up Grayscale now, he came to our brainstorm, and his history was with JP Morgan, and this was 2014, 2015, and I was saying, wow, JP Morgan to Bitcoin, that's impressive. He understood the financial system, and he understood what this was going to be very early on. So,
well, I'm poor Charlie Munger's almanac to Bitcoin. Okay, so I'm coming out of the La Brea tar pit, basically, putting on some flesh to my dinosaur bones.
We had the luxury of adding GBTC. It was the only instrument we could use. It's a security, and we run 40 Act funds. Now there are a few more. They've not been very liquid until recently. So yes, the competition is heating up. But watching the people that Grayscale is hiring, they're very serious about moving into the ETF space.
I think that's really good information. Anthony, I want to go back to you. I want to talk about, obviously you are very Bitcoin only focused with the fund, but this kind of idea or trade-off of Bitcoin only investing in Bitcoin related businesses and or a diversified crypto portfolio. I think both of your organizations kind of treat this differently. I want to hand this to you first, Anthony. Why Bitcoin only? How do you look at it?
Because I'm an institutionalist, and I think Kathy will tell you from her life experience, it's very hard to move institutions. And so, think of the heresy of just being in Bitcoin for a lot of these institutions. And so I wanted to start there and then see if I could move the needle a little bit, get people comfortable. July 1st, we're announcing an Ethereum fund, which will be similar to our Bitcoin fund. It's also public, although I can't get into all the information because of the certain SEC requirements. We do have a UIT that we set up with First Trust, which is a digital asset infrastructure fund. So if you look at once the composition of that is announced and you look at it, you'll be like, okay, these guys are in the space. We're going to be buyers of stocks that are in the space, helping to develop and grow the space. And we're going to be investors in crypto assets alongside of it, in addition to Bitcoin. But I think if you're asking me more broadly, I have found in my career, and again, rightly or wrongly, and I've made so many mistakes, you guys don't have the time in the day for it, but I found in my career betting on the big kahuna, the apex predator, betting on Amazon versus, say, a Jet.com or an Overstock. And again, no offense to those names, but just betting on the apex predator has usually been a good bet for us. And so not to say that these other coins won't do well, but I do see Bitcoin doing very well. Could there be other coins that you guys will be able to point to 10 years from now that had better performance than Bitcoin? Perhaps. But I still think Bitcoin will be in that zip code, and it'll be, way better. Remember what Kathy said earlier. It could be as big as the monetary supply of the United States. And so to me, that's a big enough opportunity. So my recommendation to institutions is, if you're coming into the space, go big, okay, and get yourself acclimated to the space. Michael Saylor once said to me something I'll never forget. I'll share with you guys. He said, my first Bitcoin was super hard to buy. That was my story. But once I owned my first Bitcoin and I realized what was going on, I'm like, oh my God, I don't own enough of this. So every month I try to buy a little bit more for myself and my family.
Yeah, and we also are diversifying. We have various funds. You can find them on our website. I'm not, from a compliance point of view, supposed to be talking very openly about some of them, but it is public that we have added Ethereum. Again, the security through Grayscale was our starting point. And yes, as Anthony says, Bitcoin is the safest, the most secure of the blockchain technologies. And I think that is a huge consideration for institutions. Security, safety, is this thing going to blow up on me? So Bitcoin is the most secure, makes sense. It's the right place to start. The correlation of returns very low. And it also is the leader of the pack. If you look at 2017, as the crypto world took off, led by Bitcoin. Here again in the last 6 months, led by Bitcoin. Ether was very slow this time to respond, but came on obviously once confidence increased, came on very strongly. Different, I think institutions will diversify into other crypto assets, but they have to walk before they run. And I think they have to feel safe and secure in the knowledge that their assets are not, as I said, going to be in harm's way. Maybe the volatility is there, but that their Bitcoin will be there. It will not be confiscated in any way that they might fear. So I think that's why you're seeing the step first into Bitcoin, and then as a launching pad into others. And it's also interesting. I think after 2017, we watched carefully the network dominance, and different people measure this differently, but just for the sake of argument, at the peak in 2017, Bitcoin accounted for roughly a third, maybe 30%, 33% of the network value of the crypto world. At its peak during the depths, during the coronavirus crisis, and again, and a little bit after that, it had gone up to, again, depending on the measure, high 70s, low 80s. That tells me, or reminds me, and Yassine and our team, that Bitcoin is the reserve currency of the crypto asset ecosystem. It is the flight to safety currency. And I do believe that's still the case.
But can I just say something, because I think you guys will enjoy this, okay? And what Kathy said, not only do I agree with, but for people in the crypto space, it felt like Bitcoin was too boring for them about a month or two ago. And I'm like, oh my God, I mean, compared to the institutions I deal with, Bitcoin is the hot tamale. But there are coiners out there, they think, oh, Bitcoin, that's the reserve currency of crypto. You see what I'm saying? My point is, we have so far to go in terms of the adoption. It is so early, guys.
Yes.
That's my message.
Yeah, and I'd liken it, and Yassine wrote a white paper on it. It's on our site. And we took a look at how the ecosystem is likely to evolve. And I think we used, I think it was 1 million Monte Carlo simulations, just trying to figure out, okay, if institutions start moving in, where will they go? Well, they'll tiptoe in. A Mass Mutual, I guess, was $100 million for their general account, which is what it's probably 0.002% of their general account. So that's really tiptoeing in, and just gives you a sense of how far we have to go. According to those simulations, in order to maximize the Sharpe ratio, an institution might move towards, in crypto assets, we did it on Bitcoin, 6% of a portfolio in Bitcoin, in order to minimize volatility and enjoy the increased return associated with crypto. That percent might be more like 2.5%. And it reminds me of the emerging markets in the 1980s. MSCI came along and said, hey, wait a minute, these countries, they're all emerging markets very early on, but they each have idiosyncratic risks. Why don't we put them all together in a portfolio? And returns will be higher, risk lower than in any one alone. I think the same thing's going to happen to the crypto asset ecosystem, starting with Bitcoin and Ether.
How do you guys think about the macroeconomic environment? Michael Saylor, Anthony, he said something like the world changed in last March. And like, how do you think about, real yields? Some people call it the everything bubble, where returns on sovereign debt are negative. And I feel like this is kind of a driving force for Bitcoin adoption, central bank liquidity, just kind of driving up all assets. What are your thoughts on Bitcoin as a risk on versus risk off asset, how that might evolve, and really just the macroeconomic environment in general?
So to be clear, it's probably perceived right now as a risk on asset. But I think longer term, and if you look at it, I think the way Kathy and I are looking at it, that we're embracing the volatility. Remember, volatility may not be a measurement of risk if you understand fundamentally what you own. So you can use the volatility and the manic depression of the markets to take advantage of the markets. And so when you look back at the macroeconomic backdrop and you study cycles of history, we know one axiomatic fact about fiat currency: politicians, policymakers, kings and queens print more of it because it's an easy short-term solution. The Roman emperor with the bread and circuses, it's a distraction and it's a solution that will calm down the problems of a society in the short term. And I think the brilliance of Satoshi Nakamoto, and it goes right back to John Maynard Keynes, because remember, coming out of the war, Keynes wanted at the Bretton Woods conference a uniform currency. He asked for it. It didn't become politically expedient to have it. And of course, the dollar supremacists at the table didn't want that. They were just feeling their oats as the dollar was taking its force as the global reserve currency. But Kathy pointed out, if you're going from $4.5 trillion of dollar volume to $7.5 trillion of dollar volume, my friend Ross Stevens at NYDIG puts it better than everybody. You just got taxed, ladies and gentlemen. The government didn't impose it on you, but they secretly did it through the central bank, because Go look at your bank account now. If you've got $10,000 in your bank account and they just printed 30+% more dollars, well, the purchasing power of your $10,000 has eroded. And remember, your time and your money are conjoined. And so what's happening is they're taking your time from you by doing that to you. It's a form of erosion. And so to me, what Nakamoto said, the brilliance, remember, the best ideas come in the simplest form. What he's basically saying to you is if you can create this decentralized situation and the money actually becomes stable and cannot be affected by policymakers or politicians, it will have a remarkably positive effect on the world. Now, I'm going to show you guys something that I stole from Jack Dorsey. Okay, you want to see it? This is my Bitcoin clock, right? I had Bitcoin envy, block clock envy, when I saw him testifying and saw this behind, so I bought it, right? And so what does it say on here? And Kathy, you two guys are too young to be impressed by this, but Kathy knows how old I am. I'm going to read this without my bifocals, okay? Just to show you how, okay? What does it say on this clock? If you don't believe it or don't get it, I don't have the time to try to convince you. Sorry, Satoshi Nakamoto. And so when you step back and look at the macroeconomic backdrop, if you understand that white paper, you have to be in Bitcoin. It is a part of your risk management for the future, as opposed to a risk-on asset. I'm sorry to be so long-winded, but I was on a roll. I was on a roll there, Kathy, and I was trying to use all that dramatic flair. That's
I love it.
TK's background there. You see
so,
the fire going and stuff.
You're featuring the inflation tax risk, and I completely agree with that. It's an insurance policy. But there's another side to this. So Ray Dalio earlier this week said he'd prefer to own Bitcoin than bonds. Now he's worried about a deflationary bust. And I think the truth actually is somewhere in between. He is worried about the counterparty risk that is going to occur because of a deflationary bust in the global ecosystem. So think about it. We're talking about a hedge against inflation and a hedge against deflation. That's pretty good. That is pretty darn good. I don't think I know of another asset, maybe gold, but no, I actually think this is the first rules-based monetary policy, global, stateless, and trustless. So I think we're on to a completely different animal here, and it's pretty exciting.
All right, so we're coming to the end. This is my last question before we wrap it up, but Bitcoin typically has up and down cycles, bull and bear cycles, and up until this most recent correction, the euphoria was high. It felt like everyone was feeling like we're in a bull cycle. Have we seen the top of this bull cycle? And if not, give us a prediction. The people always want predictions, and everyone hates giving predictions. But I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to start with you, Kathy, and then go to Anthony.
Yeah, well, I'm in print. And we are in print, ARK Invest, based on the research that Yassin El-Mandra has done, that institutions will become a very important part of this ecosystem. And if we use those two numbers, that range 2.5% to 6.5%, you go towards the upper end of that, say 5%, that alone would add $500,000 to Bitcoin's price, just as institutions try to get a foothold in. So we're extremely optimistic about Bitcoin, and I'm more optimistic now after this correction. In the equity market, you call 20% a bear market. I don't know what they call a bear market in crypto. So I feel, though, that as Anthony said, that we haven't even begun the institutional movement into the space. And so just that one use case gets us to that kind of price. Of course, the volatility will be with us. My compliance department would be very upset if I did not add that. It's not going to be straight up. It's not a super cycle without 50% corrections. And beware from a leverage point of view, you can lose everything out there in crypto if you're a leveraged player. So, buyer beware, be careful, but hang on for a beautiful ride.
All right, Anthony.
So, I'm going to stick with my $100,000 year-end price target, and I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts that Kathy's going to be right long-term. There's no reason why this can't be a $500,000 coin, but I do think you can still get to $100,000 this year, just knowing what I know about demand and potential saturation levels. But I do want to emphasize what Kathy said about leverage, because I went through the 1998 long-term capital management crisis with the Russian ruble. We went through 2008, the global financial crisis. We experienced March of 2020 with the pandemic. And I'm going to remind everybody that's listening something that Buffett said about leverage. It is a dagger coming out of the steering wheel of your sports car. And you're traveling downhill very quickly on an icy mountain road in the middle of the winter. And so when you need to hit the brake, that's when the leverage is going to hurt you the most. Okay, that's when that's coming right through your chest. And so I want to use Buffett's metaphor here. They may have missed Bitcoin, but they're very sensible guys about risk management. And what I would implore people to do is, in this space, just own the coins themselves without the leverage. Dial back that level of euphoria so you don't get taken out, okay, in a cycle like the one we experienced over the last 3 weeks.
Awesome. I think that was a great last word. Anthony, where can people learn more about you?
Well, you can go to skybridgebitcoin.com, which I bought right after I got fired from the White House. Okay, you can go on there and get to that website. You can listen to my podcast, mooch.fm, which is available on Apple and all the places that you would find podcasts. We also have a Salt Talk series. Kathy has been nice enough to be one of our guests on that. So that's salt.org/talks. How's that for an infomercial? Should I keep going? I mean, I got a lot more stuff to say. No, I'm kidding, but that's how you can find me.
No, thank you so much for joining us. It was an absolute pleasure having you back on Bitcoin Magazine. Kathy, where can people learn more about you? And if you have any last words, this would be the best time to say them.
Okay, so arc-invest.com. Again, Yassine Elmandra, if you're on Twitter, follow his handle, follow the people he follows. And Brett Winton, our director of research, also very engaged. We now have brought on an Ether miner, Frank Downing, and so he's on our fintech team. And all of us have Twitter handles, so certainly there. The blogs are on our website. We do have podcasts as well. FYI for Your Innovation is our podcast series. Many of them do revolve around crypto assets, and increasingly so since we have brought on more talent. And so my last words, I don't know. The 500,000 has earned me some daggers and from the traditional world. But one thing I'll say is we have done the research, and we've probably done more original research, I will say, than most organizations, mostly because of how long we've been focused on it and felt in the beginning like we were really taking a crazy risk that the SEC and the New York Stock Exchange were monitoring. So we needed to double down on our research and help our regulators understand that we knew and do know what we're talking about. So the courage of our conviction comes from our research. And I think Anthony would say the same thing.
Yeah, there's no question. You got to do the research. You got to do the fundamentals. Kathy, you'll enjoy this. I'm writing a book right now. It's about 90 pages, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Bitcoin. You remember the book, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb? So I figured I would have a takeoff on that. And it's steeped in the research. It's steeped in understanding the network effects, what the history of money is, why Bitcoin could really be a stabilizing force and a green force, frankly, for the global community. So I'm in the process of writing that right now.
Amazing. I'm glad that you had one more thing, Anthony. I'm glad that you had one more thing to close it out. Y'all, this was an absolute pleasure to host. Thank you so much for your precious time. I don't take it for granted whatsoever. Bitcoin 2021, Bitcoin Magazine, both, just extremely honored to host such brilliant minds and excited to post this content and make it available to the world. Thanks again, everyone watching. Follow Bitcoin Magazine. Follow me at CK_Snarks. Follow my co-host at BTCization. Young Buck really putting in a lot of amazing work. So you love to see it. And once again, thank you so much to the panel. Go check out all the amazing content at Bitcoin 2021, b.tc/conference. Thank you.
Congratulations on all your good work. Thank you.
Good luck to you guys. God bless. Kathy, great seeing you.
Yeah, great to see you, Anthony. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome. I'm Mike McGlone, Senior Commodities and Crypto Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Welcome to the Bloomberg Crypto Summit. Very excited today about our lineup, but I need to start by acknowledging our sponsors, BitGo and Grayscale Investments. Before we get started, we need to go over a few housekeeping items. If you experience any issues with audio or video during our broadcast, try to refresh your browser. If that doesn't work, you can go to the support tab in the event chat box, where one of our engineers will be able to help you out. Also, we want to hear from you today. You can send your questions via the Q&A box just to the right of your video player. We'll do our best to get to as many of your questions as we can, so please bear with us if you don't see your question approved right away. And please engage us on social media using the hashtag BloombergCrypto and @BloombergLive and @Crypto. With that, I can dig into my outlook, and I want to start.
All right, we got a lot of new folks, and that's great because we're gonna really all.
What is up, Bitcoiners? It's CK, and I had an awesome conversation with Ben Price. Ben is, an entrepreneur, an entrepreneur, a product guy who has worked at different, kind of fintech and other sort of technology products before getting into Bitcoin, and then after getting into Bitcoin, and really. After he joined Visa, and after joining Visa, he decided, the big company, the banking, that wasn't really for him. He wanted to do something a lot more grassroots Bitcoin. So he's diving deep into the Bitcoin space, and he not only is starting his own kind of Bitcoin startup, but he also has started OpenSats with an awesome board of people. That was the focus of this conversation. OpenSats is a new nonprofit that is soft launch, and by the time you're listening to this after Bitcoin 2021, it is going to be launched, and it is a platform for you to donate to Bitcoin Core and Bitcoin adjacent technologies, either directly or into a general fund. And be able to write that off. And they're trying to create really cool ways to either pay in Bitcoin or, subscribe to regular payments with a Visa. They hold everything in Bitcoin. So, you swipe your Visa, they auto buy Bitcoin and hold that in a treasury before it is distributed to wherever it needs to go. Everything is Bitcoin, and they're just trying to be a black hole to suck up value and redistribute it to the most needy projects out there and the most deserving projects out there in the Bitcoin space. They are true Bitcoiners and Bitcoin to the core. Before we get into this podcast, I want to tell you about BitcoinMagazine.com. It is the #1 resource and place to be building out and learning about Bitcoin. It's the #1 place to learn about Bitcoin resources. It is the oldest periodical that is focusing on Bitcoin. It is the only major news source in the Bitcoin space that is only Bitcoin. We don't talk about anything else. We're not like the other guys who, they treat all projects like they are as legitimate as Bitcoin. That is not what we're about. We're here for Bitcoin, and that is what Bitcoin Magazine is about. We are a platform for plebs, and we are the place where plebs should be publishing their Bitcoin thought leadership. The people on the ground, the holders, they are the people who understand Bitcoin the best. We know that, and we want to give them a place to show their work, and we want to be a place where all Bitcoin companies and everyone in the Bitcoin ecosystem can distribute content. So hit us up over at Bitcoin Magazine on Twitter. Check us out online. Contact us. Hit us all up in the DMs. We are all over Twitter, us Bitcoin Magazine team. So, don't be shy. We want to hear from the plebs. All right, y'all, let's get into this podcast with Ben Price. Ben, welcome to the Bitcoin Magazine podcast. How's it going?
Going really well, man. I'm out here at a hot week on the East Coast, but it finally rained today, so the birds are out enjoying the cool weather for once.
You love to hear all that chirping in the background, man. Before we started recording, your background looked absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm in Shenandoah Valley, which is kind of 2 hours or so west of Washington, D.C., out here in turkey farm country. And yeah, I mean, it's gorgeous. I take it for granted how beautiful it is. You travel around where I've been lucky enough to travel quite a bit and go to Thailand and a few other places. And the more I travel, the more I realize like how actually nice it is out here in the Virginia mountains. So yeah, it's a nice break. My family lives out here, but it's pretty slow, pretty quiet. Not very much Bitcoin country, I'd say.
Nice. Well, are you planning on being in Miami next week?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out when I'm actually going down there. I think I might head down this week sometime and just kind of shack up, get there early, and say hi to some people down in Miami. But I'll definitely be there for the conference. We're sitting in on. There's one panel with a couple people about open source funding, and then I think we'll have a few talks at the Open Source Dome as well.
Yeah, Matt Odell's organizing the Open Source Dome. Honestly, for anyone listening to this, the conference already happened. Bitcoin 2021 will have already been a smashing success. But I'm hyped to meet you there.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. There's there's so many people going. I think the only like real Bitcoin conference I'd been to other than this was like BitBlock Boom last year in Dallas. So I got to meet a few people and put some names to faces, but this will definitely be the biggest one.
Dude, I mean, it truly is the biggest Bitcoin conference in history. So it has to be the biggest one you've ever been to or anyone has been to with that. And honestly, David Bailey, the CEO of BTC Inc. and Bitcoin Magazine, he has some massive ambitions for Bitcoin 2022. So he's already trying to outdo this one.
Yeah, let's just make sure this first one goes off. All right. I think, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out next year.
Yeah, no, 100%. But hey, that's all he's thinking about. I know you're thinking about a lot when it comes to Bitcoin, but his day to day is, how do we bring Bitcoiners together? How do we bring Bitcoin mainstream?
And this is the main thing for Bitcoin Magazine, right? This is kind of your big yearly thing that you all do.
Yeah. So we did, the first one was Bitcoin 2019, and unfortunately Bitcoin 2020 got canceled because of COVID. But honestly, we just got the extra energy this year into Bitcoin 2021, and we're excited. We're excited to make it happen. But hey, that's enough about the conference that already happened, and let's talk about you, Ben. Like, so who is Ben Price? Like, how did you get into Bitcoin? Why? What have you just started with in the Bitcoin community and OpenSats?
Yeah, what have I done? Let's see. It's a bit of a broad question, I think. But I guess if I had to, sorry, my mom just came out here. I hate talking in front of people. But okay, so who is Ben Price? If you like go way back in the day, I grew up in North Carolina, so I think like still got a lot of like the Southern roots in me. Or at least I like to think so. The have fun staying poor meme is just like something I can't muster myself up to say. It's just like not really how I was raised. But okay, so yeah, grew up in North Carolina. It's great down there, but had to get out. So I graduated from UNC back in the day, studied econ and business, which is, sounds like I'm doing a job interview here. It's really not that interesting. It got interesting after that though. So I kind of figured out that, I was alive in the late 90s, early 2000s. And I was like, hadn't done anything to do with the internet and computers yet. So after I graduated is when I kind of put that together and taught myself how to code, kind of did some data science, did some consulting, and then realized I hated like the enterprise space. So I ended up joining like a small startup in Washington, D.C., doing product management. And that was, still not in the Bitcoin space yet. And then somewhere around, man, I don't even know when it was, probably like 2016. I think I like stumbled upon probably at the time like crypto, and then was lucky enough to find some like pretty high signal to noise stuff fairly early on. So made it down the Bitcoin rabbit hole and kind of decided, this is absolutely what I want to do. I guess I still didn't know exactly what I wanted to do for the rest of my life, but it was like Bitcoin and blockchain, I guess you could say, was like the merging of like everything I was fascinated about. So I loved game theory, I loved economics, I loved math. Didn't know shit about decentralized systems and stuff, so it was really fun to continue learning. But yeah, so once I kind of made it down that rabbit hole and decided this is the space I need to be in, I like left my small startup and kind of just like threw my resume out there in front of the world. Luckily, it didn't get picked up by like any of these like shitcoin projects. I think I applied everywhere. But Visa Crypto had kind of decided to take me on, and I took that opportunity and was working there the last 2 years or so. Really focused on kind of their proof of concept stuff. So I think I was employee number 3 at Visa Crypto, and I focused really on working with the Visa research teams, building out kind of like second layer protocols. I was like extremely fascinated and excited to try and bring Bitcoin and Lightning to Visa. I'd say the team probably wasn't quite as excited about Bitcoin as I was. So that's ultimately why we decided to kind of part ways this January. And so
Wait. So I want to talk about this a little bit.
Yeah.
So there's 2 things here that I'm interested in Visas. Like I want to get a little bit more insight into what their team actually did care about. And the other thing is like, personally for me, I don't think Bitcoin has a scaling problem, because I think that Bitcoin is going to scale permissionlessly and on permissioned layers as well, because everyone's just going to plug in the Sound Money app into their app, right? So I'm just kind of curious, like, does that align with how Visa thought about it? But yeah, I'll just send it right back to you.
So Visa was frustrating for a couple of reasons. I think the biggest being that it was a giant, slow-moving enterprise, and I think I already said, like, I kind of hated the enterprise life. So I knew it was going to be tough joining a large company like that. But what I kind of told myself was that, Visa had the opportunity to like really change things for the world if they decided to kind of hop on the Bitcoin bandwagon, and specifically the Lightning bandwagon. I think that's probably one of the major companies that stands to get disintermediated if Lightning kind of comes to fruition. But to be honest, Visa, I learned a lot about like how traditional payments and how kind of everything works today as far as merchant acceptance. And one thing that I guess I didn't really know was, Visa's main clientele are big banks. So they really don't interface at all with end consumers. You might see a Visa card in your wallet, but that's pretty much the only like touch point they have with you as a consumer. Otherwise, they are working day and night to make commercial banks happy and also to make central banks happy. They're kind of like a sounding board where central banks will call them up and kind of ask about the payments ecosystem, specifically now that like central bank digital currencies are kind of all the rage. And so I'd say what Visa is really focused on, I focused a lot on layer 2 stuff, trying to figure out how to make, kind of instant real-time payments work for them. However, most of that work, unfortunately, got tabled, and they started focusing more on stable coins and central bank digital currencies. And, I think part of that's because they're a payments company, and to be honest, stable coins kind of work right now better for their clientele as far as a payment mechanism goes because of I guess you could say the volatility aspect of Bitcoin. Merchants typically, don't want to take a 20% hit on their bag of Cheetos by the end of the day. But mostly it's because Visa and the banks that they work with deal with end of day settlement. So until Visa decides to roll out some systems where payments and settlement kind of happen in real time, I think they're going to have a really hard time adopting, a digital currency like Bitcoin, which does fluctuate a little more in value on a day-to-day basis than fiat currencies. So without giving up too much on them, yeah, they're definitely hyper-focused on stable coins and central bank digital currencies, and really helping big banks try and like kind of get into the ecosystem, which is all right, but not for me.
In that case, good riddance, because they're going to get wrecked by by their inability to get out of like this fiat skeuomorphic thinking.
Yeah, I think they'll probably end up in the custody game, if I had to imagine. They're really, Visa's really talented with being online all the time, and then also managing like tokens. So, everything in the payments ecosystem is kind of tokenized now. And what that really means is Visa has like this background with managing kind of private keys. And so I think that it kind of fits in nicely to their game plan there, this public key, private key cryptography. But, unless they're ready to like really get serious about real-time settlement versus end-of-day settlement, I don't see Bitcoin being on their short-term roadmap, unfortunately.
All right. Well, let's continue on with your story. We don't have to talk about Visa too much. But the distinction about real time versus end of day is interesting.
Yeah, and it's something that kind of came along. It was just like it took about a year for me to realize like this. They're not going to get serious about Lightning, at least yet. Maybe one day, but yeah, we can talk about anything else. Visa's gone and in the past.
So what was after Visa?
So yeah, after Visa, well, I guess I'll back up a little bit. Kind of towards the end of my stay at Visa, I kind of wanted to start this project. So I think it was August of 2020 is when I was like screwing around with BTC Pay Server, trying to create like a website where I just like sold t-shirts or something. Really, I was just trying to figure out how to get BTC Pay Server to work, but I didn't want to deal with like paying taxes and like making a business out of it. So I was just going to donate, probably the 3 t-shirts I sold, all the profits to charity. And so I was looking for like a nonprofit that was easy to just give back to, that could kind of contribute to core devs. And at the time, there really wasn't anything. So I wasn't as plugged in with the community, but like I've been in Matt's DMs for a while, Matt Odell's, and I basically just pinged him with all my questions. I don't think he had any idea who I was, but basically hit him up just to like sanity check the fact that there weren't any like kind of nonprofits in the space that were giving back at the time. And he didn't really have a great answer for me. So foolishly or not, I was just like, okay, well, like, let's just start one. Like, let's do this. And so I decided that like, hell, how hard could it be? And we'll do a nonprofit, or we'll do a 501c3 and make sure that we give back to core devs through it. And that was like kind of the beginning. It's been a heck of a journey. It wasn't as easy as I had thought it might be. It's cost a lot from a legal standpoint. It's taken more time than anything. But it's been a fantastic ride. I think I've honestly got to meet so many amazing people in the community. The board that kind of agreed to come on and that we put together has been fantastic to work with. And then some of the community members and like individuals and businesses that have already decided to give back. I don't know. It's just been incredible to see like the CEOs of big companies that like you wouldn't think would care to talk to a NIM about anything, are not only out here kind of giving their hard-earned money, but they are, giving their advice. And that goes all the way down to core devs, to designers, to security researchers. Everyone in the community has just been amazing to kind of give their feedback and help mold the project. But that was kind of the origin story. I think I'm on a tangent here. I don't even remember what the question was.
Well, no, I was asking what's after Visa, and you answered it. You jumped right into OpenSats, and effectively, you started a nonprofit to kind of fund Bitcoin development and Bitcoin adjacent development. Can you kind of talk about like the team you've built up? I work with Matt Odell. He advises Bitcoin Magazine. I know you work with him. He's helping you advise OpenSats, and I'm sure other a nice and impressive list as well. You want to just talk about who's helping you actually do this?
So part of what I was nervous about with OpenSats, as you know, was like there is a lot of drama behind other organizations in the space in the past that I think we're trying to kind of be like a voice for Bitcoin, and like that is absolutely not what I'm definitely trying to do or what I think anyone else is trying to do. So one thing that I knew is like there's going to be a lot of hard decisions, especially if we are kind of like taking in donations and deciding where and how to distribute them. And so I wanted to kind of surround myself with just really, really smart people with good morals, good principles, and was able to put together what I think is a really incredible board. So, I mean, I'll run through them real quick. We've got Janine. I'm just going in the order of what they're listed on the website. So no preferential order here. Janine, who is like really big into privacy. She was the one person who I was like almost certain would not be on the board, but she decided to join. She does a lot of kind of reporting on privacy and has This Month in Bitcoin Privacy, which is an amazing newsletter. Dread, which is a NIM. He is a buddy of mine that I actually I met through a Telegram group called the Dirtbags or Al's Lacrosse, and met him in BitBlock Boom. And we had been traveling around the world together. So he and I were in Jamaica and Mexico and Brazil for the last year. And he's really like an international advocate for Bitcoin.
Dude,
he was just, yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to jump in. I've hired 2 people out of the Al's Lacrosse Dirtbag Fridays hangouts. So
Fantastic
damn,
group,
just
man.
another reason why that's just an elite group of plebs right there.
It really is. And plebs is a great word for it, because it really is just a bunch of dirtbags who just really believe in Bitcoin. But yeah, that's where Dread came from. That's how I met him. Realized he was just like a super awesome person. He was actually just down in El Salvador with Jack Mahlers and the people from Bitcoin Beach. I think Miles Suter was down there. So he's kind of scoping out how to maybe replicate like a Bitcoin Beach type thing around the globe that OpenSats could help support. We got Elenu, who I think is technically a Bloomberg reporter. I should probably know a little bit more about what she does in her professional career, but I know. But she's been able to contribute some awesome things. She's really been helping on the grant side of what OpenSats is going to do. James O'Byrne is kind of our resident core dev. So he's sponsored by a few companies in the space. And extra shout out to James for being willing to come on board, because we're trying to avoid all conflict of interest. He kind of gave up the ability to potentially raise funding through OpenSat. So he's giving up a little more than most board members. Katan, who is kind of he's our resident Aussie, but he's kind of the one that's been playing around with all the open source technology that we're looking to fund. And he's Stefan Livera's partner with Ministry of Nodes. Matt Odell, who does TFTC and is a big privacy advocate. Lisa Neget's at Blockstream. She's doing C Lightning work, and she's been putting out a ton of fires on the back end as we try and integrate BTC Pay Server. And then last but not least, we've got Udi Wertheimer, who, former developer, probably the biggest troll on the internet, at least in the Bitcoin space. And hopefully I can get him to pick up our Twitter profiles, so it's actually a little more entertaining than someone like me. And then I round out the board. That makes 9 of us. And together we kind of we make all the decisions as far as, I guess, exactly the direction of the organization. Again, we're not trying to speak for Bitcoin. We're not trying to pick the direction that we want Bitcoin to go. We're really just trying to make sure that we keep shitcoiners off the platform, and we make sure that anyone who is kind of listed to collect funds is in fact free and open source. So that's kind of the role of the board, and we can dive a little more into exactly what we're building and how it works if you'd like.
Yeah, no, I think that's the logical next step. What's the platform versus, let's just say there's a couple of other funding organizations, but what makes OpenSat different than, Brink or what HRF is doing?
Yeah, so that's actually kind of funny. At the time, I think August of last year, there really weren't any of these organizations around. Probably like a week after I decided to start OpenSats is when HRF's privacy fund came out. And I really love what they're doing. Gladstein and HRF they're really awesome. I think they're 95% pass through, which is fantastic. And they're really focused on Bitcoin privacy preserving kind of technologies. And so that's another great organization to kind of donate to. Brink.dev is another good one that John Newberry and Mike Schmidt came out with. I might be missing someone else there, so sorry guys. But they're a little more focused on, I think, like training the next wave of Bitcoin Core developers or Bitcoin developers in general. So I think they're running a program where Newberry is kind of training up future devs. And so there's also a few others, Square Crypto is a good one. They're a little more focused on design. MIT DCI is doing some good work. There's a lot of really good options now. One thing that I really wanted to stress from the get-go is that like we are 100% pass through. I get really frustrated with charities that like that have so much overhead, and I think it came back to it's just like this one fun fact kind of stuck with me from when I was a kid, and I hope I'm not misquoting this. God knows this was before I did all the verify stuff, but I think I remember giving to Goodwill like all my old clothes when I was little, and then I like discovered that the CEO of this charity was making like $1 million a year. And it really pissed me off as a kid who was, thinking I was doing a good job by giving my clothes to the needy or whatever, and then discovering that the person in charge was actually making all the money. So the first differentiator that I really wanted to like stand firm on was the fact that we are 100% pass through, and that was actually a lot harder to execute than I thought. But the dominoes started falling. So because I reached out to some organizations, there were costs with creating the OpenSats kind of ecosystem. So luckily, other organizations in the space have been able to give back where they can. So just as an example, Silvergate Bank is doing our banking for us. They waived all the fees. River is doing our fiat to Bitcoin kind of conversions for exchange services, and they're waiving all of our fees. Nodl Cloud is hosting our website and our BTC Pay Server instance, and they're doing that for free. Again, we're using BTC Pay Server, which is obviously free software. I mean, everyone in the community has kind of stepped up to either maybe give their time, maybe give their money, or at least their services. So really shout out to everyone who's helped kind of make that 100% pass through a vision. And then even the last piece, well, I guess this jumps into the next differentiator is that we do accept fiat. So we're going to be taking credit, debit donations, as well as Bitcoin donations, obviously. But all of our funds are going to be converted into, held, and eventually distributed in Bitcoin. So if you do come to our site and maybe you do a $20 a month recurring donation to, a Lightning developer, then what's actually happening there is Stripe's going to be doing our processing. It's going to get dropped into our Silvergate bank account. And then in real time, we're going to send that off to River, and we're going to basically smash buy Bitcoin. We're not trying to time the markets or anything. We're just buying Bitcoin and then eventually distributing it to any open source contributor that's on the platform. So that is another, I think, slight differentiators that we are like 100% Bitcoin treasury. And I think there's also some ancillary benefits there where it kind of requires anyone who's on the platform to actively learn how to use Bitcoin and Lightning in order to receive their funding. And the reason that's relevant is this third piece where I think we're a little bit different is that we kind of have a broad definition of what it means to be a contributor. So not only do we want to support developers, but we think, I'm a product manager by trade that's really focused on user experience. So for me, like having designers that are focused on UX is really important. Having code reviewers to make sure that the actual code that people are putting out there is reviewed, is secure, and is actually kind of making it through the development pipeline. Maybe it's just security auditors. And then additionally, not only are we kind of like trying to support different contributors across the Bitcoin ecosystem, we are really all about just supporting free and open source software. So while a lot of these other projects are exclusively focused on Bitcoin, what our kind of tag phrase is. We are a charity supporting contributors to Bitcoin Core, as well as kind of ancillary or supplementary free and open source software or free and open source projects. So maybe you're a Tor developer. Maybe you're a developer working on secure encrypted communications. Maybe you're a Lightning developer, or really anything else. Like anything that's free and open source, we think is fair game. The whole challenge of the open source ecosystem is kind of the free rider problem. And while Bitcoin sees that with our core contributors, so does the technology, other open source technology in the space. And honestly, Bitcoin needs a lot of these ancillary tools and technologies to kind of flourish at its fullest potential. So we want to make sure that everyone in the open source ecosystem is supported. So I think that wraps up most of the ways that I think we're different, maybe with the final piece being that we're trying to be a little more transparent than I don't want to say more transparent than these other organizations, but one thing that I struggled with is a lot of times when you donate to charities, where the money goes is a bit of like a black box. You're not sure. You might give $20 to an organization, and you're not sure who that's actually going to end up going to. Luckily, a lot of the organizations in the space do a good job of allocating funds. But what we wanted to do was give our contributors or our donors the choice if they know the projects and people that they want to fund. So maybe you're really interested in funding designers. Maybe you're really interested in funding Tor developers. Ideally, what would happen is on our platform, there's going to be individual projects listed. And I'm hoping that most people donate to the individual projects that they want to see their money go to. And so I think that is a little bit different. There's also going to be the option to donate to a general fund, and that will be allocated kind of in more of a traditional grant style fashion where individuals can come and apply on the website, and then our 9-person board of directors will kind of pick and choose how to allocate based on where we think the money will go the furthest. So I've been talking here forever. Hopefully that kind of sums up how we're different. I might have missed a thing or two, but those are definitely the main points.
Well, the thing is, Ben, is that the people are here to listen to you talk about OpenSats and not me. So you're doing exactly what you're supposed to. And that was a fantastic explanation. I was like thinking of questions to follow up with, and then you just like hit them all. So great job. So I really like that there is the way to, donate directly. I really like that, and that you have kind of expanded the scope. And I just really like the philosophy altogether. I think you put together a really great board that, I would say are all folks that I respect in some way or another. So, congrats on the success so far. In terms of like kind of where OpenSats goes from here, when's the platform actually going to kind of be live for people to donate and select different projects? And, how do, people who want to get involved, like kind of, ping you and get listed or whatever?
Yeah, so I've been like shamelessly shilling it on Twitter. So if you want to get involved, our handles are like OpenSats. You can go to the website, opensats.org. I think right now, pretty much the contact page just comes directly into my email, but you can always ping me directly. I'm a Bitcoin person on Twitter. You can ping the OpenSats handle on Twitter, but just reaching out is honestly the best way to get involved. And we are like totally reliant on contributions from the public. So while I did mention the 9-person board, like I need to give an extra big shout out to a couple people. One is Castle 9, who's I think working on a project called Dux Reserve, which helps make kind of private key custody or multi-sig easy. It's a lot like Spectre Wallet. So he's been he's been building the entire website as well as the entire donation platform, which we do hope, like I'm shooting to have it live by Bitcoin 21. It's probably going to be a really bare bones version, but ideally we have, a few projects pre-listed and also the ability to kind of donate to the general fund. So we're definitely shooting to have it live here in the next, I guess, as of recording, about a week from now, but it sounds like this will go live after that. So hopefully by the time this airs, we are fully up and running. And then again, another shout out to the designers. We have an anonymous designer who's been helping, an anonymous accountant who's doing all our back end work. And then there's a lot of supporting organizations who have helped fund us to make sure we can kind of hit our 100% pass through goals. So first of all, shout out to them. And then as far as timelines go, yeah, the bare bones version is going to be up soon. And then at that point, we're going to be open sourcing our code. We're really hoping that anyone who's interested from a design standpoint, anyone who's interested in contributing from a developer standpoint, or if you just want to get involved on maybe the operational side and fundraising or something, please reach out. I think what we're doing is going to be really good for the space. So because we are 100% pass through, it's hard to kind of recruit people in other than just kind of tugging on the heartstrings and asking them to try and give back to the community. So anyone and everyone who wants to contribute, you can reach out to me directly and we'll figure out a way to get you involved.
That's awesome. And so 100% pass through. So these anonymous contributors, you're not paying them, right? Like they're just contributing design wise and they're just putting in the work just cause.
No one, none of the board members, no one is making any money. There are a few expenses. And so just to be transparent, when we say 100% pass through, what that means is any donation made on the website, if you donate to the general fund, if you donate to an individual project, 100% of that money will go through. And that includes credit card and debit card donations. And so that is one of the operational fees that, God forbid the banks actually cut us any breaks other than Silvergate. We still have our payment processing fees. And right now, who was it that's picking that up? It's Ledger actually, who is helping to cover payment processing fees. So if you donate $100 with your Visa card to BTC Pay Server on our website, typically what would happen is about 2 to 3% of that would get eaten by payment processing fees. Thank you, Visa and the banks. But what Ledger is doing is they're kind of doing a 2 to 3% donation match on any of those. So even 100% of those donations go through. And so, yeah, I think the other really only serious expense we had was legal to start up. And so unfortunately, we didn't have a pro bono attorney off the bat, but there is someone who's already kind of stepped up and agreed to help us in the future. So we did have a couple operational or like startup expenses that were covered by some of our early sponsors. Shout out John Pfeffer, shout out Greg Foss. And ideally, we're automating most things in the future. Again, Rivers waiving fees, Silvergate's waiving fees. Nodal Cloud is going ahead and hosting for us. So there's really not a lot of ongoing operational expenses, and that'll help us, make sure that every dollar that goes in goes right back out to open source contributors.
So how are you getting paid? What are you doing to earn a living?
Yeah, I guess that's the other kind of sub answer to the question is I'm not getting paid for this at all, but I did leave Visa. I didn't do it just to start OpenSats. It's been a really nice project to work on in my spare time. Honestly, it's a ton of time right now, but I also am working on my own startup right now. So I did leave in January with the goal of creating a for-profit, and that's a company that I'm working on right now, actually, with quite a few Bitcoiners that you probably know. We haven't quite gone live yet, but it's coming soon, and hopefully that'll pay the bills in the future. But yeah, this is just every time I want to procrastinate on that project, I work on OpenSat. So it's been a good kind of change of pace for me.
Yeah, well, it's a very productive procrastination, I have to say.
I appreciate it.
So I guess. Not to get boring or dig, too deep into the weeds, but do you see OpenSats being a relatively kind of passive project? How much kind of time do you think now that you've created the entity? I feel like a lot of the work is kind of front loaded. Now that once the site is launched, it's more just kind of curating and approving and distributing. How much time do you think that's going to take?
Yeah, it'll take a little time. To be honest, what I'll probably do is there will need to be some development and design work, and I'm sure there's already been some requests from people for additional features and things. And so I really love the model that Google does, where their employees kind of work half days or full days on Fridays to work on any kind of fun project they want. So I think that could be a fun way to give back in the future and still kind of be able to work on this here or there. But yeah, the idea here is that we wanted to create kind of a well-oiled machine. And so, we're automating as much as we can. So the onboarding process for donors will be pretty smooth, where you come in and apply to be listed. And then pretty much once a month, the board will just kind of review all the applicants, make sure that they check the boxes. Are you a Bitcoiner, or, are you working on free and open source software? If yes, then go ahead. We'll give you a project page to get listed and, collect funds on your behalf. And then on the back end, it's pretty simple because we're not dealing with the banking system and payouts that way. Paying people in Bitcoin is really easy, really smooth. So yeah, I'm hoping that it does get a little bit easier as we move forward. A lot of the work was front loaded. There was a lot of legal and regulatory stuff to sort out. But once we go live, the idea is that we're going to open source the software. If there are features that people want to see built, I'm going to do my best to contribute the time that I can. But we're going to have to rely a lot on designers, developers, and contributors in the space to help kind of push the project forward. And hopefully, if we're doing a good job, it's not too hard of an ask. But yeah, I gotta pay the bills sometimes. I haven't been stacking sats as hard as I should for the last couple of months.
For sure. Well, you got that little dip, so maybe you have an opportunity here. But I'm just kind of curious, just based on how the whole thing is going to work in general. But in terms of paying people with Bitcoin, as a Bitcoin business, Bitcoin Magazine, I feel like we actually have a competitive advantage because we can tap into a truly global workforce. And we can just pay them in Bitcoin, and they would be priced out if we had to use fiat. I would not be able to pay the dude in Nigeria if I had to pay him in whatever their fiat was, because by the time I jump through the hoops, he's no longer competitive. But the fact that I can just pay him in Bitcoin, he's ultra competitive, and it's a strategic advantage. And I feel like most people don't understand the magnitude of the improvement that Bitcoin offers.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge help for cross-border. It's still slow and expensive kind of to pay even within your borders. But the second you go overseas and you're trying to, fund Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador, or like you said, a developer in Nigeria, then you're talking you're doing international wire transfers that are hitting tons of banks, and all these funds that we're hoping to go to these people would just get eaten away. And not to mention the time it takes to actually get to them. So the paying in Bitcoin has been a huge help. It also, because we are just supporting open source contributors, they might not be Bitcoiners, and this is going to kind of force, hopefully, other people to learn about Bitcoin, learn how to use a wallet, learn about this technology, and maybe kind of have the aha moment when they start to receive their funding in Bitcoin. So because they're already working in free and open source software, Bitcoin would be a really complementary technology for most of these projects. So we're hoping to kind of bootstrap some adoption there. And then we have the added advantage. I think, at Bitcoin Magazine, you guys probably have a little more operational overhead where you have fiat kind of bills that you have to pay. And so there's probably some treasury management where you're keeping some fiat, some Bitcoin, because you just have to pay the bills. Getting a 50% dip is tough to pay a fiat bill. Luckily for us, we really don't have a lot of operational overhead, and there's really no downside to us auto smash buying Bitcoin and keeping our treasuries there. And hopefully over time, I think as we've all seen, I think Bitcoin has returned 200% year over year since inception. I think forced hodling on behalf of our contributors will actually do really well for them in the long run.
And how are the keys held? Is that in the multi-sig? Are you using River for that, or how's that work?
We're still trying to figure that out right now. That's probably the main reason that we haven't gone live. Like, it'd be really easy to just put a BTC Pay server link up right now, but we've considered using Unchained for like our 203. We're probably going to be doing most of our monthly payouts on Lightning. So there's going to be probably like a hot wallet where we do the kind of lower value monthly payments where maybe someone's receiving, $100 a month in recurring donations. But for the big grants and things, we want to dog food like the technology. So we've discussed like a 5 of 9 multi-sig. That gets a little tricky. Maybe we bring it down to like a 3 of 7 or 4 of 7. But we're definitely trying to figure out ways that we can kind of dog food the tech that we're trying to promote. And so luckily, being 100% pass-through, we're also planning on being extremely transparent. I don't see a huge downside with using a third-party provider, other than maybe a few privacy-oriented things. But our goal is to be as transparent as possible. We're going to probably come out with a giant blog post that says exactly how we're managing funds, but it's probably going to look a lot like a multi-sig held by a variety of the 9 board members.
Very cool. And I guess my last question is like, what's the big vision for OpenSats? Is it like you want this to just be an eternal entity to fund Bitcoin and propagate it? Like, what's kind of like the long-term goal for this kind of like slush fund for Bitcoin that you're building?
Yeah, I think my dream differs, I think, a lot from the other board members, and I think that's healthy. I don't think any of us really know where it's going to go. I know when I started it, I'm a taco pleb. Like I'm just a guy. No one really knows me. I'm definitely like the least famous or popular out of all 9 people on the board and anyone who's been helping contribute to the project in any way. So what I'm really excited about is kind of trying to solve this free rider problem that exists in the open source community. So if you're not familiar, I'm sure you are, but if any listeners aren't familiar with what that is, it's kind of this economic problem with open source software, which typically ends with brain drain out of the ecosystem. So if you're an open source contributor, you're giving back to Bitcoin. Maybe you're a core developer and you're working on this tech day in and day out, and you're not really getting paid to do that. And to be honest, you're probably one of the more talented developers in the space, and you're getting job offers from Google or Facebook or Coinbase. And what you see is a lot of these people who don't really get compensated. They're leaving to go to the private sector and join these big enterprises. And that's just like a challenge we have, because all these enterprises, all these, users, including myself, we could all probably do a little more to give back to the people that maintain this software. And so I'm most excited about like giving a really easy to use platform for plebs or enterprises or small companies, anyone that's benefiting from Bitcoin and the open source contributors that maintain it. I want them to be able to give back $5, $10 a month. And if we can get 10,000 people, like God forbid, what if we get 100,000 people giving back, $5 a month? We're starting to look like something that can really help fund the ecosystem in the long term. And I think solving that free rider problem is what my vision is. But each board member is different. I know Matt Odell and Janine are probably really, really excited about some of the privacy projects. I know Dread is really excited about trying to find international projects and underfunded developers around the world where $1,000 would go a really long way. And so I think each board member brings like a different perspective to what they want to see, but I'm definitely most excited about the small scale kind of donations from the community, because it's really sad. Like you got mine. It's like the proof of work mentality in this ecosystem. It works really great for miners, right? You literally spend on electricity and you get rewarded in Bitcoin. If you're a user of the network, your proof of work is you're probably working a fiat day job and then you buy Bitcoin. That's your proof of work. But the only people who aren't rewarded for the efforts that they put in, or at least who aren't rewarded fairly, are the open source contributors. And I think it's just not fair. So hopefully we can just be a small part of a big kind of push in the ecosystem to give back.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like the incentive exists for OpenSats and other organizations to fill that void. So that's how it's made right, and the system continues. So hopefully, Bitcoin truly. I feel like Bitcoin is truly an open source project like no other, and therefore, it's going to change how open source works because of its existence. I think that this kind of fits into that. I'm kind of curious, like, how does the board change? Because it sounds like obviously the board's personality is what's going to kind of manage the general fund to some degree.
Yeah. So in the sense of like how if like a board member goes rogue and becomes a shitcoiner or something, how does it change?
Or like, how do you add new board members? Or like you want to step away? Like how does the fluidity of that kind of work?
Yeah. So we haven't had no drama so far. I'm sure it's a board full of a lot of bold personalities. So we have our disagreements. We've already, disagreed on a few things as far as, setting up the organization. But luckily we're all kind of level-headed people that can kind of talk our problems out logically. And the most important thing is they're all like true good Bitcoiners with principles. And that was the number one thing. If, and as far as how does like a board member get replaced or how does it work? It's really just like any other company's board of directors. We have our articles of incorporation, and that basically dictates all the rules and responsibilities that the organization kind of has to adhere to. And so right now, let's say I'll pick on Matt. Let's say Matt turns into like an Ethereum guy, and we, this is a Bitcoin charity. What we would basically do is, we would probably have a discussion and figure out what the hell's going on with him. But ultimately, if we did need to switch a board member or we needed to appoint someone new, right now I think it's a 6 of 9 vote is required. So it's a little bit more than majority, but that would be how a board member is replaced.
Cool, Ben. Well, I'm glad that you created a Bitcoin fund as a hobby while creating a Bitcoin startup. I can tell that you're going to be doing a lot for the space, and excited to stay in touch and kind of chronicle your journey, man.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Giving me a little bit of a platform. It always feels weird to shill projects and stuff, but this is one that I don't feel bad at all about coming out on the podcast and seeing and making my rounds, because yeah, I mean, again, just we're trying to make it rain on Bitcoin developers and contributors, and I don't feel bad about that. So I do appreciate the sentiment. Again, if anyone wants to get involved, if you want to get involved, feel free to reach out. We could always use the help. And I guess I would say if anyone's at Bitcoin 21, hit me up. But again, I think this is airing after that. So.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry we couldn't time this one up perfectly, but we got a jam-packed calendar, man. So things are rolling at Bitcoin Magazine, and obviously Bitcoin 2021 is going to be a smash hit. You're going to make a ton of connections that are going to do a lot for OpenSats. I'm quite convinced of that. I think people are going to be really impressed with what you built and the team you've put together. I guess just to kind of close it out, like where can people kind of keep track of OpenSats, keep track of you, and maybe even get some sneak peeks into your stealth project?
Yeah, so OpenSats is opensats.org, opensats.com. You can go to all the OpenSats things, and I bought all the domains, so they're all redirect to opensats.org. We also have a Twitter, so that's OpenSats. My handle is a Bitcoin person, so you can find me there. My DMs are open, so feel free to reach out. And then, yeah, for the new startup, like, yeah, I don't know if it's time. I don't think it's quite time yet, but I'll give a little teaser. Like, we're gonna be mostly a consumer-facing Bitcoin company. So we're gonna start out with kind of a fun little DCA product, kind of a smash buy product, and the goal would be to eventually build kind of like a full stack kind of Bitcoin financial services company built on top of Bitcoin. So I'm kind of sick of the legacy system. Almost everything that Visa does, almost everything that the banking system does, the remittance market, the loans and savings markets, they can all be pretty easily disintermediated with Bitcoin. And so, luckily I'm able to put together a team and we're going to get all the kind of crappy rules and licenses and regulations out of the way and just build a safe space for our developers to build kind of what the people want. We're all a bunch of Bitcoiners. We love Lightning. We love privacy. We love coin joins and we love smash buying. So we're going to try and build a platform that makes it easy for all the plebs and anyone to kind of get involved if they want.
Dude, the Bitcoin neobanks are coming. I don't think it's priced in, but I've been super impressed with what's been here, and I'm sure what you're building is going to be awesome.
Yeah, there's definitely some competition. I wish I could say we would have the first mover advantage. We definitely don't have that, but
there's no question there.
we do want to go international, so maybe we can. I've been living in Jamaica, Brazil, Mexico for the last year. Some of those markets are, really. They really need this, they really need Bitcoin out here in the rest of the world. I think a lot of us stay really kind of hyper focused or ethnocentric focused on the US. But to be honest, the rest of the world needs this probably a little more than we do. And I'm really excited about